Good evening. I'd like to call to order the Lake Washington School District Board of Directors meeting on January 26, 2015. And before I move on to our agenda and approval of the agenda, I know we have a number of people that are here that are anxious to speak to the board. So I thought I'd let you know what the plan is for the public comments so you can kind of prepare in your minds what all you'll be doing. Our normal policy for the board when we have public comment on the agenda is to allow a 30-minute time frame for our public to comment. And just a reminder to everyone that this is not the only way people communicate with the board. We certainly receive our share of emails and letters and phone calls, et cetera. And believe me, we have received numerous emails over the last couple of weeks, and we all have received them, we all have read them, and so we are aware of many of the issues that will probably be commented upon tonight. And as I said, we usually have a 30-minute window, and because of the number of people who are interested in speaking, at this time we're going to extend that to 45. And I realize if everybody takes their 3 minutes, that's about 15 speakers. Now, everyone doesn't have to speak a full 3 minutes if they choose not to, which means you get more people in to speak, A. And B, our request to help the board to get a broad picture of what the concerns are, we would request that each person coming up not repeat what has already been spoken. This way, if someone gets there and 3 speakers ahead of you have said what you had on yours, you're perfectly welcome to stand up and just say, you know, I agree with that, and sit back down and get someone else that may have more to say or different to say. And that way, again, allow a few more people to be able to speak to the board than we currently are planning or have scheduled to do. So I don't know if you want to talk amongst yourself or figure out if there's anybody that would like to speak for sure in your group to do that. And I just also, we do have you here as learning communities, and so we want to be a larger number of you are from Redmond than Lake Washington, so we do want to be sure that we kind of divvy the time so that both learning communities have their opportunity to speak. Okay, that said, I've had a request to move our superintendent's report from after the non-consent agenda to just before it, and then her report will be before the actual presentation of the recommendations. So that's what the agenda change would be, and I now will entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll move the amended agenda.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, motion second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Our agenda is approved. And our first item is our annual reorganization of our board positions. I will turn over the meeting at this time for the first reorganization position to our superintendent.
As Jackie said, this is the annual board reorganization. There are 3 positions open, and I will hold the temporary chair until the president is elected. The process will be to call for nominations from within the board and then declare the nominations closed. Nominations are now open for president of the Lake Washington School Board.
I nominate Jackie Pendergrass.
Jackie.
Second.
Jackie's been nominated for president of the Lake Washington School Board, and nominations do not need a second. So are there any other nominations for president of the board? Okay, as there are no other nominations for president, I declare the nominations as closed. There has been 1 nomination for president, and that is Jackie Pendergrass. All those in favor of Jackie as president, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, Jackie has been elected by unanimous vote to be president. Congratulations, Jackie, and I will now hand it back over to you, Madam President.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you all, my peers here. The next order of business then is to elect a vice president. So the nominations are now open for vice president of the board.
Okay. I nominate Nancy. There we go.
Okay. Nancy Bernard has been nominated for Vice President of the Board. Are there any other nominations for VP? As there are no other nominations for Vice President, I declare the nominations to be closed, and there has been one nomination, and that is Nancy Bernard. So all in favor of Nancy as our Vice President, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Nancy is now elected as, by unanimous vote, as our Vice President. And our third position is our legislative representative, so nominations are now open for our legislative representative.
I nominate Siri Bleasner.
Okay. Siri Bleasner has been nominated for a legislative representative of the board. Are there any other nominations for this position? Okay. As there are no other nominations for legislative representative, I declare the nominations closed. And the one nomination has been Siri Bleasner. All in favor, please, of Siri as being our legislative representative, signify by saying aye.
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 So Siri is elected by our unanimous vote to be our legislative representative. Thank you, Siri and Nancy. Point of order, Madam President. Yes. Ooh, how pretty. Oh, my goodness. Ooh, another Healy Award. Thank you. They're doing very well. They've been in bloom at my house. Thank you.
This is our annual thanks to Jackie for continuing to be willing to herd cats. And we really appreciate it. And I also want to really thank
I also
Siri.
love cats, but that's okay.
She loves cats, that's true. She does a wonderful job, and I want to thank Siri for agreeing to stay as ledge rep, because that is a tremendous amount of work.
Especially in a busy session.
And very important, so that is terrific. So, thank you.
Okay, and again, thank you to all of you, and off to another good year in front of us. So our next order of business is under recognition, and there are two proclamations that I'd like to read for recognition of staff that are occurring during the month of February. And the first is for our Career and Technical Education Month. So, whereas February 1st through the 28th, 2015, has been designated Career and Technical Education Month by the Association for Career and Technical Education, and whereas Career and Technical Education offers students the opportunity to gain the academic, technical, and employability skills necessary for true career readiness, and whereas students in career and technical education programs participate in authentic, meaningful experiences that improve the quality of their education and increase student engagement and achievement, and whereas career and technical education provides students with career exploration opportunities earlier in their educational experience, which enables them to make informed and beneficial decisions about their academic coursework, as well as pursuit of established programs of study and career pathways. And whereas leaders from business and industry nationwide report increasing challenges related to the skills gap in connecting qualified professionals with available careers in critical and growing CTE-related fields, including healthcare, energy, advanced manufacturing, and information technology. And whereas career and technical education prepares students for these and other fulfilling careers by offering integrated programs of study that link secondary and post-secondary education and lead to the attainment of industry-recognized credentials. And whereas ensuring that employers have access to qualified workforce is a crucial step in ensuring productivity among the business and industry communities, as well as continued American economic growth and global competitiveness, And whereas Lake Washington School District has approximately 6,107 students participating in 112 different career and technical education course options taught by 68 career and technical education teachers. The Board of Directors, therefore, the Board of Directors do hereby proclaim February 1 through 28 of 2015 as Career and Technical Education Month in the Lake Washington School District. Very important work that are done by them and opportunities for our students. So if you are involved with the program and know of them in your school, I encourage everybody to thank them for what they're doing and what they provide for our students. In addition to that, it is National School Counseling Week coming up. So for all our counselors in our various schools, elementary, middle school, and high schools. Whereas school counselors are employed in public schools to help students reach their full potential, And whereas school counselors are actively committed to helping students explore their abilities, strengths, interests, and talents as these traits relate to career awareness and development. And whereas school counselors help parents focus on ways to further the educational, personal, and social growth of their children. And whereas school counselors work with teachers and other educators to help students explore their potential and set realistic goals for themselves. And whereas school counselors seek to identify and utilize community resources that can enhance and complement comprehensive school counseling programs and help students become productive members of society. And whereas comprehensive developmental school counseling programs are considered an integral part of the educational process that enables all students to achieve success in school. Therefore, the Board of Directors does hereby proclaim February 2nd through February 6th, 2015 as National School Counseling Week in the Lake Washington School District. So again, another group of people in the buildings to say thank you for all they do. And it's National Board Certified Teachers are here with us this evening.
So we're very pleased this evening to be recognizing our teachers who have earned National Board Certification or recertified their National Board certifications. So Stephen Bryant, who's our Director of Professional Learning, is here to introduce some folks and help us recognize our teachers.
Thank you. I'd like to thank our school board, excuse me, our school board and superintendent for providing us with this opportunity to honor this year's National Board Certified Teachers. The National Board of Professional Teaching Standards is an independent, nonprofit, nonpartisan, and non-governmental organization that was formed in 1987 to advance the quality of teaching and learning by developing professional standards for accomplished teaching, by creating a voluntary system to certify teachers who met those standards, and by integrating certified teachers into the educational reform efforts. Professional educators can earn National Board Certification in 26 subject areas. This year, 29 teachers in the Lake Washington School District achieved National Board Certification. In addition, we had 8 teachers achieve their 10-year renewal certification. These teachers helped Washington State to become the state that gained the most National Board Certificated teachers, with 946 teachers achieving certification in 2014. This is a 13% growth rate for the state over last year. There are currently 234 National Board Certified teachers working full-time in the Lake Washington School District. The teachers we are honoring today join 110,000 other distinguished teachers across the nation that have certified since 1987. Teachers earn this prestigious credentials through a rigorous assessment that generally takes a year or more to complete. It requires teachers to demonstrate how their work improves student achievement. As part of the process, teachers build a portfolio that includes student work samples, assignments, videotapes, and a thorough analysis of their classroom teaching. In addition, teachers are assessed on their knowledge of the subjects they teach. It is considered the highest professional certification a teacher can obtain. The success of our National Board Certification Program rests on a strong partnership with the Lake Washington Education Association. We are thankful for this partnership. Kevin Teeley, the Association's president, is unable to be with us tonight. However, he shares in honoring this school's year's cohort of National Board Certificated teachers. We are very proud of our National Board Certified teachers and are pleased with the opportunity to recognize them this evening. We have 5 National Board trained facilitators working with our candidates. 2 of them, Vincent Noto and Shannon Lennard, cannot be with us tonight. However, I'd like to introduce to you Kathy Colombo, Cynthia Cantwell, and Kathy Fleming, our National Board facilitators. As National Board facilitators, they've coached and mentored our teachers through the entire certification process and will now officially recognize our teachers. They will call their names and invite them to receive the district recognition for their work. We're also asking them to line up front and remain there so we can take a group photo at the end. Here we go.
Jennifer Danielson. Veronica Hernandez. And yes, you can bring your little one too. Luke Johnson. Michael Lundquist. Genevieve Meneno. I didn't see her. Whitney Tomita. I saw Whitney. Yeah, there she is. Oh, I'm sorry. Christine Tucker. Samantha Burry. Monique Celeste. Margaret Chambers. Jeffrey Ducar. Megan Goodwin. Peter Hansen. Benjamin Hart. Gloria Horn. Annalise Mothray. Melanie Miller. Phoebe Pasco. Jason Steele. Christine Sterrett. Darren Fisher. I feel like we should be. Grant Greenman. Catherine Hauser. Janine Hutzel. Jennifer Macarella. Rebecca Nelson. Sarah Norris. Holly Odell. Mariana Tomaft. Now we're going to do the renewals. Okay, so these are National Board Certified Teachers who completed their 10-year renewal. Parina Austin. Jill Berge. Jessica Coburn. Katie Folkman. Victoria McCarter. Leslie Page. Brenda Sear. And Dennis Villeneuve. Congratulations for all of your hard work.
Okay, you're gonna have to look over this way because I don't want to have that lovely podium blocking any of your wonderful faces. So, okay, all right. Everyone ready? We'll do at least a couple more just in case. Turn on the flash. Just make sure I get something really good of all of you. Everybody look this way. There we go. Oh yeah, we got a wonderful baby shot too.
And before all of you depart this evening, I would like to, on behalf of the board, thank you. Thank you for taking the time, the effort, the hard work to do this. We know it's not just a slam dunk. It's above and beyond everything else you do for our students in the classroom. And at the end of the day, the beneficiaries are our students. We're very proud to have as many national certified teachers in our district as we do, and each year getting so many more of you doing that. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, they're leaving. And while we love having you stay, we certainly understand if you choose to not. So we'll let you go ahead and go out the door if you would like to do that. This is Lake Washington, I get my these in front of me. And I tried. Okay. Before we have the first group of people or folks come up to speak, just a little bit of the ground rules of as you come up to speak. And we ask that you come to the center podium. You have a maximum of 3 minutes to speak. You don't have to use all your time, but that is your maximum. When you hear a buzzer and a red light off to Chris here, that means please end your comments, and in tonight that's probably more critical than many other nights because of how many people would also like to speak beside you. The yellow light is an indicator that you have 1 minute. And so just kind of looking at the people who've come, I'm going to try to make sure that I get folks from both in the Redmond area that have signed up that say Rosa Parks and those that say Dickinson, so we get some people from each of those to begin with, and then whatever we have time for to do that part. But we have one person here who's not interested in speaking on the boundaries, so we'll have them come forward first. And when you come up, please tell us your name, and if you could tell us your attendance area. And then you begin with your comments. And remember, it was very helpful to us if you, when you come up, if you do tell us something that is different from what you've heard before, just to give, again, not only the breadth of the comments to the board, but also a chance then for maybe people in the audience who signed up to speak that want to have a different point, and therefore we can hear it. So we'd appreciate that as well. So my first person is it Nairi? Okay.
Good evening. Last time we were here, exactly 1 month ago, we did not fully convey our request for better policy on restraint and isolation of students. Tonight, we are here to do just that. We are keeping our statement under 3 minutes this time, and we're hand-delivering all the information you need to know exactly what we are asking you to do. Earlier today, we were in Olympia, testifying before the State House of Representatives at the hearing for HB 1240, banning the pre-planned use of restraint or isolation as part of an individual student's program. This morning, we emailed you a link to an article appearing in today's Seattle Times about HB 1240, in which Lake Washington School District was specifically mentioned. This article contained a link to the text of the bill. For your convenience, we are now providing you 6 packets, one for each of you, which contain a hard copy of HB 1240. We are also providing you a statement opposing the use of physical restraint, which is signed by the area's leading autism experts. This statement was also submitted to the state legislature earlier today. What we are asking is simple. Please change the district's policy to follow the language proposed by HB 1240. We hold you to your stated commitment to listen to the public you are elected to serve. Thank you for taking the time to pay careful attention to the materials we are providing you.
Thank you. And I'm just going to keep moving along so I don't take up your time with calling people to the podium. I'm going to start with the Lake Washington community, and we are going to go till about 7:45 with this group, and then we'll shift over to the Redmond Learning Community. So I'm just going to kind of go down the list of folks that I have. And I have Derna Shipley.
I want to thank you for the opportunity to address the needs of children in our special needs community during this rezoning process. As the mother of a child with autism, I'd like to urge you to carefully consider the impact on these students during this time. I don't know if a figure has been determined for the number of vision impaired, hearing impaired, Down syndrome, neurologically different, or otherwise special needs families in the district that would be specifically impacted by the move. In my school, which is only moving about 21 children in order to accept 20-something children in, this really only means about 2 kiddos, and we can't get those numbers from anybody. So I'm here to ask if that's a possibility this evening, as well as saying that when we look at the district and rates per elementary school as posted, there's about a 10% average. There's 801 students being affected immediately by the move. So we can only assume that somewhere in the order of 80 of these children are special needs. For my son, special needs means struggling with spatial orientation, severe delays in social orientation as well. It's taken 2.5 years within the same school for him to be able to achieve academically along with his peers. This is a very important part of our community that needs to be addressed. Just like my son, all special needs students, those on IEPs or 504 support plans, climb enormous mountains in order to orient themselves to their schools, in order to understand where the lunchroom is, the library, and where they need to go next can take years. In order to be able to understand the social circles that they have to navigate to be academically successful takes years. And families plan accordingly. We plant ourselves at a school for the well-being of our children, knowing that they must stay at that school during their academic career in order to achieve anything near to success along with their peers. I'm asking tonight for us as a community to be aware of the numerous disorders, sensory processing, anxiety, that play into a child's academic success, and to be mindful of the fact that just like my family, scores of other families made their choice and knew that in order for their children to near the ability to take academic material in, they needed to have stability and structure that can only come from lasting years and years through school. We're considering grandfathering fourth graders. I think we also need to consider grandfathering and allowing for variances for children who struggle with these issues. We're only as good as a community as these kids. We really need to care for these families. Thank you.
Margaret?
Thank you. I'm also a parent at Ben Rush, and I'm not actually in the neighborhood zone to be moved. I wanted to speak to the loss that we will feel of our current students, such as Dearna's child, if they have to move, and also to ask you to consider opening up the option for variances, since I saw on your website so many of our schools are expected to be overcrowded, but there may be families who would have preference to move that would allow for children who are currently at a school and established to stay where they are. So I'd like that to be as part of your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason? And next will be Judy East, so if you're ready to come next.
Members of the board, my name is Jason Flax. I'm here tonight to ask that you reject or delay the current boundary proposal or reconsider options for grandfathering existing children into the current school. I am the father of 2 children who attend Ben Rush Elementary School and are under consideration for the boundary changes. As educators and administrators of educational institutions, I am sure you are aware that change and disruption in an academic environment can have severe consequences for the children impacted. For at least one of my children, we are deeply concerned that this move will have enormous impacts on her academic career, and I can only assume that this is true for many other district children who are impacted by this proposal. We have several concerns that we feel need to be reasonably addressed before this board should even consider a vote on this boundary proposal. First, multiple emails were sent to the committee expressing issues and concerns with the timeframe and format of the public comment. During the last round of proposals, neither complaint was addressed, and members of the community did not have sufficient time or space to properly address concerns. It appears that the public comment period for this proposal was insufficient, and I believe members of the community deserve more time to comment on such a far-reaching plan. Secondly, the primary objective of this boundary proposal was to keep neighborhoods intact, yet this proposal artificially dissects the neighborhood between Grasslawn Park, Bellevue Golf Course, 148th Avenue, and 140th Avenue. Additionally, when the final round of proposals were submitted, a larger section was supposed to be moved, and that was the proposal that received the most votes, but yet it was still rejected. If keeping neighborhoods intact was the primary objective, more should be done to try to achieve that goal. Finally, it appears that the school did not do a sufficient job considering more creative alternatives that would have minimized the impact on existing students. This includes ending all existing variances, grandfathering existing students and only moving new children, funding and using a sufficient number of portables, and repurposing common space as classrooms in the existing schools. Ultimately, in the end of the day, it's hard to come to any other conclusion except for the fact that children, including my own, and the communities in which they're a part of, will unnecessarily suffer because the school district did not take the necessary time and care to ensure the least impact for all children. As a citizen and taxpayer, I expect more from our public institutions, and therefore I am making a heartfelt request to the members of this board that you reject or delay this proposal until the impact can be better studied or less impactful solutions can be found. Please do not vote for a proposal that might have far-reaching negative impacts on many of the children underneath your care. Please take the time to do what is right for all students in this district. Please do the right thing and vote no on this boundary plan. Thank you very much.
I understand your enthusiasm, but you are impinging on people's time to speak, so could you hold the applause? Judy, and the next person is Liesl.
My name is Judy East, and I'm part of the Lake Washington School District learning community. And as a parent and as Lake Washington PTSA Council President, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you and the Boundary Committee for your work in making this challenging process transparent and inclusive of the community. I'm sorry that we're all here having this discussion, but I appreciate the regular emails about the change process sent to all the parents in the district, and I attended all 4 of the learning community input meetings and saw firsthand how invested our district leaders and school principals were in explaining the scenarios and helping parents understand the process. The boundary change process information page on the website I thought was a helpful resource for our parents that came to us with questions. And a special thanks to Dr. Tracy Pierce for attending all of our Lake Washington PTSA Council general membership meetings to update our local PTA leaders about the process, and always staying to answer all of our parent questions and concerns. And lastly, I want to take a moment to recognize and appreciate all our PTA boards and parents across our district who are already working hard to make the transition successful and to reach out to the new families in their communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Liesl? And after Liesl will be a Colette. I'm not doing last names because I sometimes mispronounce them, so unless there's several of you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here on behalf of my kids, Luke and Ani, both students at Ben Rush Elementary. They're 2 of just 21 students that will be affected by the vote tonight. If this recommendation passes, they'll have to start attending Ben Franklin in September, and I'm asking that you vote against the current proposal. Allow me to tell you a little bit about my family. We moved here 6 years ago from Boston without having any friends or family in the area. At the time, my kids were 6, 3, and 1. My eldest was just about to start first grade. Ben Rush became the center of our new lives. And we've been through a lot there over the past 6 years. We've been in 11 classrooms, and last year I had 3 kids in the school at the same time. My eldest graduated, and my younger 2 children are now in 3rd and 1st grades. Over the years, we've had classrooms and portables. We suffered through all the construction. We were there for the grand opening of the big new beautiful school, and we were there for Mr. Stoltz's first year as principal and his last. My eldest was a Peace Builder of the Year one year, and my 6-year-old was a cheetah for Halloween this year. Ben Rush is an integral part of our lives. Being cheetahs and peace builders are part of my children's identity. This consistency and stability has allowed them to take risks academically and socially. We're invested in what Ben Rush has to offer, and we've invested a lot into it. But now we're 2 of only 21 students expected to move. Tonight, I'm asking that the committee reconsider its recommendation and instead endorse a plan that allows these 21 students the option to complete their time at Rush, having only new families in the boundary area start at Franklin. It will be 3 years before Rush will be over capacity, and by then, some of the 21 students will have graduated out. Also, there will be time for long-term proposals to be set. It can't be that big of a burden for the school to keep 21 students in the building. I understand that it might feel unfair to the newer families in the area because they will be in a different school, but I think the highest priority and consideration should be given to the existing families who are already established. I've also been told that there are several students at Rush under variances being allowed to stay because the district wants to honor its commitment to them. I'm assuming those commitments were made at the time to allow for stability and consistency and continuity. I'm only asking for the same considerations. Why would you show preference about one group of students over another? The same philosophy should apply. I know it's not easy to investigate each individual school and decide which accommodations can be made and which can't, but each school is different and each child should have the fairest possible considerations to ensure the best learning environment. Please vote no to the proposal and reject these changes. I recommend the committee find a way to make the accommodations for these 21 students. Ben Rush has the space for them in the next 2 years, and a lot can happen in that time. Either change the current proposal or postpone the vote altogether until next year when there's more complete information. Thank you.
Colette? You're passing your time? Okay. Susan Weston?
I'll be fast. I'm another Rush parent. I'm another one of the 21 children affected. My son, Henry, is a kindergartner. We can't keep his Ben Rush shirt washed frequently enough to wear it. He's one of those 3 days a week sort of kids. It's a wonderful community. I know, having moved twice in elementary school myself as a child, how disruptive that can be. I'm sure Franklin is a lovely school, but it's not ours. The Ben Rush parents sent a petition right after the first two, the 2 final options were put under consideration. I agree with so much that's in that, and I really would like if you could revisit that. I won't go further because I know other people need time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now move over to the Redmond community, and you've just gained another 5 minutes, a few more bodies to get to speak for us. Andre, is that correct?
That's correct, Andre.
Thank you.
Yes, hello. Thank you. So I'm a Rosa Parks parent and a future Evergreen parent. I would like to start by saying that we appreciate that the superintendent's recommendation limits the impact to Rosa Parks. However, the final recommendation is a poor choice for the larger East Redmond community and particularly the Evergreen Middle School. Evergreen already has 9 additional portables and operates at 131% of its nominal capacity of 672. Instead of addressing the projected increase in enrollment at Evergreen by reducing the severe overcrowding, an additional 88 students are moved to Evergreen, while other schools remain under nominal capacity. The final recommendation increases Evergreen capacity to 1,117 or 166% of nominal, which will be mostly filled by 2017. Consider that the existing cafeteria, gym, recreation area, specialty classrooms, utilities, and facilities were sized for a nominal capacity. I challenge the process that led to the final recommendation. The comparison is based on massaged data. Overcrowded schools, already with portables, are lumped together with underutilized schools and appear equally suitable for accepting more students. Accounting in the published documents is inconsistent. Data for middle schools is incomplete. Enrollment projections for Finn Hill and Tesla were not published. Redmond and Evergreen enrollment data were published only after public outcry. The voted selected criteria were not applied in making the final recommendation, which does not minimize the number of students and families affected or redistribute enrollment to match school capacity and accommodate growth. In spite of what the capacity data and selection criteria are saying, the final recommendation ignores the facts at Evergreen. There is a clear bias in favor of incorporated areas. Redmond can only receive one portable. Finn Hill and Rose Hill remain untouched, while expansion at Evergreen has no limits. A comparison between transportation costs to schools with excess capacity versus cost of adding portables has not even been considered. Transportation at this point in present is mismanaged, existing severe shortage of licensed drivers, which has resulted in families transporting students to Evergreen on their own. The study does not include assessment of the longer-term impact of the overcrowding. To conclude, the entire process demonstrates an irresponsible use of available district resources in terms of finances, existing permanent classrooms, and community feedback. The alternate proposal would be make better use of the available capacity of Rose Hill and Finn Hill middle schools, which can accommodate additional students without adding portables. This will result in slightly longer rides for students that already use the bus system, maybe. Such an option will save the cost of additional portables, more funds becoming available for improving transportation and existing facilities. I'm sure that other, even better options exist, and that is why we invite the committee and school board to postpone the vote and reopen the process, engage the parents and larger public, along with the school staff, through open consultations, and document the process in a transparent way. The present process is an autocratic mess that has failed the residents of East Redmond.
Okay, thank you. Megan? And after Megan will be Holly.
Thank you for allowing public comment this evening. I am a parent of 4 children at Dickinson and Evergreen. I have been a weekly volunteer for the last 7 years in multiple grade levels in multiple classes. I believe Dickinson is a unique school. Unlike some of the elementary schools in the district, our campus also includes the Explorer Choice School, a community preschool, a Boys and Girls Club. We are adjacent to wetlands and Evergreen Middle School. We have over 17% special education, and we have 3 learning center classrooms. There is no public transportation to Dickinson. There is no sidewalk up Union Hill, out 202, or up Novelty. There is no way, aside from car or bus, to access these schools. If you look at the numbers of students impacted in this proposal, just for the Redmond learning community, you have stated 414. 228 of those students will be either incoming or outgoing in Dickinson. That represents 55% of the students impacted. I believe that is disproportionately high and unacceptable for one school. I want to address 2 issues with Evergreen. One is the plumbing, 2 is the traffic. They are not on city water and sewer. We are on a septic system that the district then maintains the line down 208th, 204th to Northeast Water and Sewer District. This line failed 2 years ago with the current capacity. You're already suggested adding portable bathrooms to the school. Perhaps this is not the school to additionally overcrowd. Second, the second issue is traffic. Please, someone come by at morning or afternoon on 208. We have cars and buses backing up to Union Hill. There is no center turn lane. Cars are passing on the right, and our buses can't even get in the driveway because cars are blocking them. I think we all know what occurred on November 3rd at Dickinson. Parents are pulling into the Dickinson bus chute to drop off. On November 3rd, we had a soda pop bottle explode, resulting in a lockdown and closure of Dickinson. How are parents going to get there if they don't have public transportation or a sidewalk? Finally, I really encourage you, please consider capacity at Rose Hill before overcrowding Evergreen. Second, push the deadline out, even a month, to consider some of the community impact that hasn't yet been touched. The boundary changes, if they do occur, if you're holding to the date of kindergarten enrollment, great, go ahead with kindergarten enrollment. At least you will have the contact information for kids that may be changing schools. And finally, I really want to address the fact that we're all in this situation because our last 3 ballot measures did not pass. Please listen to the community. Begin building trust with your parents and your voters who don't have children in the schools. Thank you for your time.
Holly? And Ritu, if I'm saying that correctly, will be next.
Hi, I'm Holly McIntosh. I'm speaking on behalf of Einstein. My daughter specifically is already having difficulties going back and forth between her dad and I really think that taking her out of her current situation would be tremendously horrible for her. It could potentially take her away from her daycare. She's been going there since she was 1 year old. She's currently having to see a counselor on a weekly basis just for her issues, and I really think that the move would not be helpful at all. So if you could please take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Ritu? Did I say that correctly? Okay. And the next, I have a couple. I don't know if I would think maybe only one of you would like to come so you could open it for someone else. So either Neha or Sai. Okay.
Thank you, Board. Really appreciate the opportunity given to me to speak on behalf of my kids and some other parents. My name is Ritu Gupta, and I represent Evergreen Middle School. My younger daughter goes into Samantha Smith Elementary School, who will also go to Evergreen because she's in a Quest program. So first and foremost, I would like to say I understand the situation school board is in with all the overcrowding and the growth. It's because the tech boom is happening. So what I'm thinking is that in this area, we need to be more prepared with our education system and the infrastructure, because with all the companies coming in, moving into the area, we need to be better prepared for our future, which means we also need to prepare our kids for the workforce that these companies will be looking for. And I'm not sure we are doing a very good job at that right now. Specifically for Evergreen, community was not engaged in this reboundary process. Data was not published till January 21st. Once we came to know, we reached out to the board and the school district, and that's after that data was published. And we did not have enough time to communicate at all with the board or have any kind of brainstorming. Public comment was closed at that time, and today is the final decision making. So what we are asking is to delay this process and give us more time, engage community before a final decision is made. Let me walk you through the Evergreen issues today with 882 students. There are overcrowded buses. That means I have to drive my daughter to school every single day because she was getting anxiety standing at a bus stop. That bus will just come and just pass through and not take her. That is what is happening. She did not get the elective that she wanted to. She does not get the books for Battle of the Book competition that is happened at the national level because there are not enough books in the library. She does not get enough counselor time in Evergreen. She's on a 504 plan and she needs some help, and there are not enough resources for that. So when we put more kids in a school, we are only thinking portables, teachers, textbooks, and kids. What we are not thinking about is their holistic growth, holistic learning. That includes leadership, empathy, teams, sports, all of that. District is very well aware of the bus crowding issue and has been touched upon. So we are depriving our kids from learning that happens outside the portable, outside the textbooks. And even as a taxpayer money, if you think from that perspective, spending $2.5 million on portables is going in the wrong direction. We should be looking at the long-term solution and what is the right thing to do for this community, for these kids. Are we preparing them for the global stage they will be playing on? Are we preparing them for SpaceX jobs in the future that's going to be opening up in Redmond? Are we preparing them for the global leadership that is going to be required from these kids? Giving them textbooks and a portable and a teacher is not enough. And if we have a short-term solution that is negating the long-term solution, we are just preparing ourselves for the failures. And I'm sure our school board does not want to do that. So I appeal that you'll relook at the process, give it some more time, engage community, and make the wise decision. Thank you.
And after this will be Beth. Oh, okay.
Hi, I'm Neha Ramnath, a 7th grader at Evergreen Middle School. I heard that the school board is thinking of adding more students and provosts to Evergreen. I don't think they should really do that. So here's really why. So some examples are first and after school sports. I did badminton, and there were so many kids that each team only got to play 2 rounds, and like over half the time we were just waiting for our turn. Then another thing was I didn't really get selected for any of the 5 electives I requested, and most of the kids, well, like there was like so many people going in for TAs, and then finally we replaced an elective, but that teacher barely had any time to even think about what we were going to do in class because he was using his planning period so he could teach us something. And then also the Battle of the Books, she already said. And then also on the bus, for our bus stop, there's 2 buses. And yet on our bus, there's still at least 1 person sitting on the aisleway in the bus because they don't have a seat to sit on. And then there's also hallways. They're totally crowded because there's so many 6th graders in our school now. So our 7th grade LASS class only describes it as a stampede of baby elephants. Then at lunch, the cafeteria is almost always out of cheese pizza because so many kids are lining up for cheese pizza. And I am a vegetarian, so whenever I try to buy lunch, either they don't have one or they have like one super burnt one that I don't want to eat. I don't know how we're going to manage with 100+ kids, and I think you should try something else. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Beth will be after Sai, is that correct?
Sai is correct. Thank you. I am Sai Ramanath, and I thank the board, superintendent, and president for providing me this opportunity to speak about such an important issue that has potential of impacting the future of our children. I'm a parent of current 7th grader at Evergreen and a 4th grader at Rosa Parks. I'm a firm believer in objective analysis and know that numbers are important. I would like to touch on the quality of student life and how overcrowding is a problem in that regard. As you know, it is hard enough to be an emerging teen, but in addition, staying ahead in an ever-competitive world requires every bit of support from the parents, teachers, and most importantly from the school system in providing a great, not just good enough environment. Once a kid falls behind, it is exponentially harder for him or her to regain the lost ground. My daughter Neha spoke at this same podium 3 years ago and again just moments ago, highlighting everyday issues with portables that impact her elementary school life and now middle school life. Simple things such as going to restrooms causing her to miss out on classroom time, not being able to have lunch with her friends, crowded playgrounds, and missing out on cheese pizza. Unfortunately, over the years, my younger daughter's life at Rosa Parks has deteriorated due to overcrowding. Now she has lunch in her classroom. She was rejected from school choir program, which she enjoyed and has been an eager participant since kindergarten. Every program and space are overcrowded. These same dynamics will impact middle schoolers at Evergreen to a larger extent. By artificially bloating the capacity through adding more and more portables, the school district cannot ignore the added burden to the common facilities such as cafeteria, gym, and transportation. Studies have also shown overcrowding creates ideal grounds for bullying. The school staff just cannot be everywhere to monitor and act upon all incidents. I am already quite disappointed at the quality of middle school experience at Evergreen for Neha, as you have already heard from her. Now I dread that at what experience will await my younger daughter when she arrives at Evergreen in a couple of years. I'm not the only such parent, and neither are my daughters super special. Disappointment, dread, bullying, lack of opportunity are not the words one should be hearing frequently and talking about an education system. Please utilize the unused permanent capacity space already available, which is a fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory approach. The students have one shot at being middle schoolers. Thank you.
Beth? And then Julianne.
While I don't have a child at Evergreen as she attends ICS, I do follow the challenges growth has had on our schools. Our frustration with overcrowding began in 2009 at a Rosa Parks PTSA meeting with former Superintendent Chip Kimball. It was at this meeting that parents who saw the upward trend of enrollment at the school and the steep decline at Wilder were clearly told that a reboundary was not open to discussion. Over the years, someone at the district thought it would be appropriate to let Rosa Parks experience enrollment growth to 810 portables, while Wilder fell to 340 and empty classrooms. It took community outrage for the district to realize 10 portables at Rosa Parks and underutilized space at Wilder was unacceptable. Now, the same children from an overcrowded Rosa Parks are being put in a similar overcrowded situation at Evergreen. The community is asking for a different solution than the current more portables and more children at Evergreen. The district's response seems to be that there is no space elsewhere. In looking at the data, Rose Hill is under capacity by about 200 spots next year. One possible solution is to expand Stella Scala with additional Redmond and Evergreen students. This disproportional enrollment is done at HB Woodlawn, a national rated school in Arlington, Virginia. Another solution is to keep the enrollment at STEM net neutral and possibly install 4 portables there, which would create about 200 spaces for a program such as Quest from Evergreen and Redmond. While this option would require changes to this Quest program, it would be similar to the middle school experience at ICS and would continue the compartmentalization of Quest from the elementary level. 4 portables at STEM would, down the road, create about 100 plus spaces at the popular school and at the high school level, which is the next space problem. Since you are saving existing capacity for future development, Lake Washington should also seek a moratorium on building within Redmond and unincorporated King County. Baltimore County, Maryland has success approving a moratorium on new construction in areas where schools were 20% over capacity. Baltimore, like Lake Washington, has challenges creating a bond taxpayers would approve. A moratorium would buy time until our district can present a bond voters will approve. Remember, your 2012 community report states that, quote, school buildings can help learning or they can hinder, unquote. Middle school is defined by 2 H's, hyperactivity and hormones. If you couple that with kids sitting on top of each other, you've got problems and the space will hinder learning. Thank you.
After Julianne is Laurel.
Hi, I'm Julianne Bogarty, parent of 2 kids at Rosa Parks. As you've heard tonight, the Redmond learning community remains largely unaware of the enrollment growth plan for Evergreen. The district published elementary enrollment projections, but didn't clearly and openly communicate impacts and expected growth at Evergreen despite public requests. The larger Redmond community would much prefer to be working with the district on a plan we could support, one that better manages growth at our overcrowded schools, which continue to be impacted disproportionately and indefinitely. We ask you to delay the vote on the boundary recommendation based on this lack of disclosure ahead of the survey deadline. The committee must clarify impacts and growth at Evergreen, then seek informed, valid feedback. Take time now to outreach to community members, including teachers and staff, who believed the boundary work didn't concern them and trusted the committee to rebalance district-wide. Our community feels betrayed that the district didn't clearly present specific impacts to projected total enrollments at Evergreen as were published for other learning communities. This is unacceptable in the public sector, especially when temporary solutions become long-term. There's no guarantee voters will approve a capital bond in 3 years. It could take much longer in light of recent failures. This plan wastes $2.5 million of limited remaining capital funds on unnecessary portables, shooting Evergreen's capacity to 1,120, or about 65% over the building's original intended capacity. Meanwhile, at Rose Hill Middle School, classrooms sit empty at a school closer to Redmond Elementary than Evergreen and recently modernized with a capacity of 921. Evergreen's significant current issues with traffic safety, overcrowded buses, sewer, and water will be further compounded at such a high enrollment. Crowds already constrain hallways, cafeteria, locker access, and participation in sports and electives, as there's simply not enough space in common areas for so many students. The superintendent's recommendation in no way represents a viable solution for the next 3 or more years, detracting unnecessarily from the quality of the learning experience for 1,000+ students. Our community is not okay with overcrowding Evergreen to such a large extent while safeguarding ideal capacities in other learning communities with empty seats. Was the committee's charge to rebalance enrollment in every learning community except Redmond? We have for years asked the district to accommodate growth as larger elementary populations move up, but we're still waiting for a real solution as a true district-wide reboundary to move kids from crowded schools to schools with existing capacity. We asked the district to first fill the considerable number of empty classrooms at nearby schools like Rose Hill Middle School. Tesla STEM has extra seats and should be considered as well. Saving space at feeder schools and high schools and other learning communities is not a valid approach, as Redmond continues to have the greatest capacity need as revealed by the district's own data, and not everyone can keep going to the same schools. Utilize current middle school capacity, don't waste millions on portables and older schools slated for modernization. As our elected representatives, we expect you to guide the district in first using existing resources before spending unnecessary funds. Showing fiscal responsibility and listening to the community's voice are critical steps in building taxpayer trust and improving capital measures in the future. Thank you.
Laurel. And after Laurel will be Aaron.
First of all, thank you. Thank you for.
And Laurel did not come up. Is that correct?
Oh, I'm not Laurel.
No, you're not Laurel.
I can be.
Laurel. Well, you were on the sheet that's Redmond, but you are welcome. You're next on the list.
I'm just speaking for the Parent Advisory Committee for the special needs, and Derna spoke and said pretty much everything, but I just wanted to, the Parent Advisory Committee has been receiving requests from parents wanting to know if special needs children would be grandfathered into their schools in the rebounding.
Okay.
So we just wanted to raise that issue.
Thank you. And now it's Aaron.
All right. So first of all, thanks again
and before Aaron, just so the next person's ready, Tanya. So she's ready to come running up.
I'm not ready.
Your time's a waste.
Okay. So first of all, thanks for taking our comments. We really appreciate it, and I would not want to be in any of your shoes. Why'd you do that? I know. No, seriously. So I'd want to talk about the boundary process itself. I'm a first-time kindergartner parent, and this is my first time at a board meeting and going through any type of school process. And for me, it's been really confusing in that it hasn't been transparent. The Redmond community, the scenarios, we had 9 scenarios to start with. They were 1 through 9. And they were based on busing routes. And so I'm like, okay, I'm in this one. I'm getting moved in every scenario. Damn it. The next set of scenarios, we go to the open house, and they were scenarios A, B, and C. I'm like, whoa, A, B, and C, these aren't 1 through 9. And so just even trying to figure out, how do 1 through 9 compare to A, B, and C? It was really difficult. And then we had to vote on it. So we all voted, and it was a ranked voting system. Like, pick your favorite school. So everybody picks their favorite school, and when you do that, I want chocolate ice cream. Well, chocolate ice cream is first. All right, well, what's my second? Vanilla. Vanilla's second. Yeah, what's third? Maybe strawberry. So in this case, vanilla came in second, but on the scenarios that were moved forward, which were then scenario 1 and 2, vanilla all of a sudden became third, even in the weighted rank, which seems odd. So the whole process to me has been less than transparent, and it's also been hard to find the data. And if I was in your shoes, I would want to be able to step back at the end of this and tell any affected family, why are you affected? Well, you're affected because, look, on our awesome integrated mapping tool, you're outside of the boundary of this one because the bus can't get there, or perhaps just geography in general. You know, you're really not part of that neighborhood, you're part of this neighborhood. So I think stepping back and looking at the process as a whole and taking into account more of a GIS-based process where you can actually incorporate everything into one tool instead of multiple disjointed tools would really help everyone, including yourselves in the end. So again, I strongly urge you guys to delay a vote on this tonight and, you know, just kind of step back and think about it. I think, you know, a couple months, even a year, wouldn't really change much at the existing schools and might give you a lot more information to go off of. Thanks again.
Thank you. It's Tanya and then Nancy. And I can't read the next one, but I think there are a couple. And I don't see Tanya. Okay, Nancy Kaplan? Okay. The next, I believe, is a couple, I'm having a little trouble reading it. Joel Cherkis? Okay. Okay, no problem. Alice? Same? Oh, okay, we'll just keep moving along then. Get down my list. Therese Cushing? Okay, Jen Boone? Okay.
Hi, I have 3 kids. One started at Rosa Parks and then followed the Quest program to Einstein and Alcott. And we were very happy to move, even though it was harder for her. And we have had to provide support for her at home because of the move and the change in friends, and that lasts to this day as she is in Redmond High School. But she did go through Evergreen Middle School, and I have the 2 other kids. One is currently at Evergreen and one is currently at Rosa Parks. They are experiencing the impact of overcrowding each place that they go. And it is interesting to us that the worst experience and the most significant impact of the overcrowding has happened at the Evergreen Middle School level, more so than at the elementary level. So regardless of the current age of my kids, regardless of which neighborhood school we have, as a parent and a member of the community, I'm most concerned with the enactment of a plan that utilizes available permanent space, that evenly shares the overcrowding throughout the district, and that allows time for due diligence by review of accurate numbers. The opportunity is here for providing fiscal responsibility and receptiveness to pertinent data and feedback. Uneven rebalancing to severely impact some kids while protecting optimal building capacity for others misses the mark and will damage public perception and trust in the school board. It will damage the chances of a future bond passing and will unfairly damage the education for part of our district's kids. I think that what we're hoping for is that you will take a step back and take a delay, take a look at all the information and see how we can provide the best learning environment for all of our kids in the district. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a little over 5 minutes left for this time, and we've got about 16 people, and I'm beginning to hear some similar threads and comments. So I'd like to know, and I have no order in how you signed in, so I've just got these sheets in front of me. I can continue to go through them, or if there's someone that has something that has not been addressed, I'd like to make sure we get you. So would you come forward and tell me who you are? We'll start there.
My name is Jillian Walsh.
Okay.
So my name is Jillian Walsh. I live on Union Hill. I have 3-year-old twins, and I have a 7-year-old who's in 1st grade at Emily Dickinson. I personally am very disappointed with the way this process has been communicated to the parents of Union Hill and also to the surrounding areas. Communication has been poor, it hasn't been transparent, and as a result, parents do feel frustrated and very ill-informed. If this vote goes ahead, what will be done for the working parents who rely on the Boys and Girls Club at Emily Dickinson? It's a huge concern. Another concern, why is our community being pulled apart? Kids need to feel safe and secure. Pulling them out and busing them to a new school is not a good solution. It's disruptive and it's unsettling for our school, our neighbours and our community.
There are better options out there. Please allow us the time to investigate these options. And thank you for giving us this time to speak. This is not an easy job for you guys, so I think I'd rather be sitting here than being on your side for sure. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else with something other that hasn't been addressed yet? Gentleman here, and you in the back as well? Okay, why don't we do you and then the gentleman in the back? And I'm sorry, I don't know your name, so you'll tell me who you are when you come forward.
Yeah, hi. Sorry I'm late and I didn't get a chance to put my name there. I'll make it really quick and short, and it's nothing to do with what the gender threads are. And so my only complaint is, so my kindergartner is in Emily Dickinson, and as a part of the new boundary considerations, the plan was to move her to Rosa Parks. And the communication given to us since December was that the final two proposals, the final three proposals, and it again became two proposals, and you kept saying that the final two proposals was that we would be moved to Rosa Parks. And then suddenly come Friday, we've been told like there's a new proposal come out of the blue. And the movement from some of the students from the community where I am, which is Westchester, doesn't move to Rosa Parks anymore. So my only issue is why were you all always saying the final two proposals when clearly that was not the final two proposal, and there was a third one just come out of the bag on Friday. That is one business day before today. And the problem is that as a result of that, we stopped considering other private schools or Explorer, which was, I think, the last day to enroll was Friday, because you all gave us the hopes that we're going to move to Rosa Parks, and now that suddenly is not the case, and so we missed that opportunity because of really wrong and poor communication. So that's my only complaint and my only...
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And the gentleman in the back is coming forward.
Thank you. I also did not make it on your list. I apologize. Thanks for taking these comments today. Just wanted to...
And your name, please.
My name is Josh Murakami.
Okay.
I don't think it's been mentioned yet. If I missed it, I apologize. I do think that there's an environmental and transportation impact for Ben Rush students that have to be moved to Ben Franklin. And I would, for us, for example, we would be driving our children to school every day. A bus transportation situation would probably be too early for my students. We're very involved in Ben Rush. I have 3 children there. I'm the art docent for several of the classes. My wife is also very involved. So I would like to formally recommend that we do not partition out the location between 140th and 148th south of Old Redmond Road to Ben Franklin, and just let them stay at Ben Rush. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've got time for at least, we'll do one more, 2 more? All right, 2 more, and then we'll be done for this evening.
And you're still welcome to email us. Those of us you have provided written comments, thank you. That is very helpful. I hate to say it, some of you mumble. So having a written version of what you tried to say to us really does help us. Thank you.
Some of us mumble too, so don't worry about it.
Thank you.
And your name?
My name is Wei Huang. Our home school is Dickinson Elementary. We bought our very expensive home 1 year ago. We didn't expect mobile homes in our neighborhood. In the proposal, a big area of mobile homes will move to Dickinson. I believe none of Dickinson residents will accept this. Boundary is a very sensitive issue. Please delay the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. And we had one more hand there.
Hi, my name is Manjusha, and I'm sorry I didn't make your list. Actually, my twin daughters, they go to Audubon Elementary, and only one, my concern is like the first 3 initial proposal which you gave, it kept our community. We live in a very large apartment building which is really huge, and all of a sudden there was a second proposal, the second round, which literally separates our apartment. We are trying to keep the neighborhood together. Here you are literally separating a single community. So please delay this process and please look through all the concerns. Our apartment is like our children share their playground. Children share their swimming pool. It's like we live like a single community, and all of a sudden there is a map which goes through our apartment community. I understand there is and it's only 30 students we are talking about. And the other proposal, the same 30 students, but at least that community, when they move to the different school, they move as a neighborhood. But here you are literally separating us. Please consider that. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to close the public comment. I know I've got a couple more hands, but I think you guys have really done a good job of getting messages to us. Is there from a school? Excuse me, if you do that, I will not do anything more. Okay? What I would like to ask, is there an area that was not addressed, either from the Juanita or other Lake Washington, other than Evergreen, other than Rosa Parks and Dickinson? I think we've heard those folks, but I do want to hear people that have something else to say beyond that. Yours is, apart from that, you may come forward. But I do want to be able to make sure that we hear from people who have not had their area addressed at all.
My name is Rachel King, and my main concern is that the proposal changes are temporary, and the damage that it will do to across the board in the school district emotionally to the children is very unsettling to me, because 3 years from now, these children probably impacted again. It doesn't matter what gets really decided tonight. There's no right that you can do. There will be parents who will be upset with all the reasons. I voted no on the last ballot for the proposals for the school, and I think it's very important that I explain why I voted no, because it might make a change. I voted no because what the district was asking of me to pay for was too much. Right now, the immediate need is for an elementary school. We have the property. Why not just pass the ballot to build one elementary school and be done? Build that school. Then we will address the next issues and have the cooperation of the parents. This way, when you have a change, it's a permanent change that the parents can cope much better than with 3 years and then do this again and ping pong one more time. So I would like you to delay the passing of this measure right now and consider whether this is going to be doing emotionally and psychological to the children of Lake Washington School District. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing portion right now, and I would like to thank you all for your very polite, articulate comments. This could have been a very heated audience, and you really didn't do that, and that's very important to all of us. As you can imagine, you take things a lot more seriously when people come to you and speak earnestly and from their heart without being really nasty and mean about it, and I truly, truly appreciate that. I know this is hard on everyone. Boundaries are, in my mind, the hardest thing we ever do is moving kids from one place to another. That said, we're going to move on to the rest of our business. We only have a small bit of business that has not to do with the boundary. I'm hoping that you'll stay here and listen to the superintendent's report and then the recommendation at that time. Please know from here on, this is board discussion and board work, so we will not engage in any communication, give and take with the audience. Okay? That said, we will move on to the consent agenda. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
I'll move approval on the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Tracy, would you poll the board, please?
Chris. Nancy.
Yes.
Jackie. Yes. Mark.
Yes.
Siri.
Yes.
We have donations to
We do. So
acknowledge.
if I could draw your attention to tab 5. We have very generous donations this evening, totaling $57,441.14. We've got a $26,886 donation from the Krista McAuliffe PTSA to McAuliffe Elementary to purchase iExcel math site licenses, subscriptions for STAR and accelerated reader programs, a laminator, a risograph, lease and maintenance, money to support field trips,
academic enrichment, professional development, an author visit, jump rope for the heart, and to reimburse for copy machine supplies. We have a $20,000 donation from the Environmental and Adventure School PTO to EAS to support field trips, community stewardship activities, and electives program. $3,070 from the Rose Hill Middle School PTSA to Rose Hill Middle School to purchase an IXL math site license and a printer for their robotics program. $1,800 from the Redmond Middle School PTSA to Redmond Middle to support field trips. $1,500 from Malcolm H. Davis to Muir Elementary School to support academic enrichment. $2,000 from Taylor and Joanne Smith, to Rose Hill Elementary to support academic enrichment. And finally, $2,185.40 from David and Sherry Nichols to Redmond High School to purchase a portable stage trusses for the theater department. So again, all total tonight, $57,441.14.
And as always, not only thank you to our support from our PTAs, but certainly individuals who also support our buildings. It's amazing what we have, the support that we have for our various individual schools from our community and our PTAs. Okay, are you ready for the superintendent's report?
Yes,
okay.
I am ready for superintendent's report. I wanted to spend some time really providing some context again for where we are this evening in terms of needing to conduct a boundary process, talk a little bit about what our long-term strategy is at this point, recap our short-term strategy, and just share some information about the process before we get to the actual recommendation. The Lake Washington School District is an outstanding district and one of the fastest growing school districts in King County. Many of you may have seen the article in the Seattle Times that highlighted the growth that we are experiencing. Current enrollment stands at 26,615, and it's projected to grow to close to 30,000 by the year 21-22. Current classroom space in the district will not accommodate these growing numbers. In addition, the district has some aging facilities that need to be addressed. The district has been planning for this growth for some time. In fact, the district ran a bond measure in 2010, so it's now over 4 years ago. If that bond measure had passed, we would have 2 additional elementary schools in our district at this time to accommodate students. Unfortunately, that bond measure did not garner the needed 60% voter approval to pass. In 2011, a levy was passed which allowed for the additions at Redmond High School and Eastlake High School and the construction of Tesla STEM. This new capacity allowed us to complete the reconfiguration to 912 high schools, 6-8 middle schools, and K-5 elementary schools in 2012. This change was good for educational reasons, and it created more capacity at the elementary level, as those schools now have 1 fewer grade level of students. However, even with the 2011 levy and reconfiguration, our growing enrollment and need for more classrooms continues to be a challenge. For example, when I became superintendent in 2012, one of the first things that needed attention was the fact that Rosa Parks Elementary was growing and soon to be over capacity, even with the added portable capacity. And since we had classroom space available at nearby Wilder Elementary, we made what we anticipated at that time was a temporary boundary adjustment to shift students from Rosa Parks to Wilder. And we were characterizing it as temporary at that time because we anticipated constructing a new elementary school through another bond measure. In February of 2014, we ran a bond measure which would have funded the construction of 3 new elementary schools, a new middle school, 2 new choice secondary schools, a new and larger Juanita High School, and additions at existing high schools. It would have also funded the replacement of some of our aging schools. While this bond measure garnered over 58% voter approval, it did not meet the needed 60% supermajority, which is required for a bond measure to pass. We then scaled down the bond measure after February to only the schools needed in the immediate future, and we tried again in April of 2014. Still, that bond measure did not pass.
The outcomes of our bond measures don't change the fact that our enrollment continues to grow, and we must have classroom space for our students. Therefore, we needed to and have developed both a short-term and a long-term strategy to address our growth. And I want to start with the long-term plan and just recap again what we're doing. We've begun a process to engage the community in a dialogue to further explore our enrollment and capacity issues, potential solutions, and alternatives. The long-term facilities planning task force is now underway and will continue through June of this year. This is a 63-person task force that includes community members and parents from across the district. Their work is to do the following: learn about our long-term facilities planning work to date, analyze our facility needs, consider options for meeting those needs and funding implications, to develop and evaluate long-term facility planning options, and to collaborate with us to come up with a community-supported long-term facilities planning strategy. If this process produces a recommendation that has a high degree of community consensus, a bond measure may potentially be placed on the ballot in February of 2016. This is anticipated to be the earliest possible time for a bond proposal. If adequate consensus is not received by June of 2015, a bond would likely not be proposed until a later date. It does not make sense for us to continue to run bond measures that fail to garner the needed 60% support. So the timeline for opening new schools depends on a successful passage of a bond measure at some point, with the earliest new schools possible in 2018. That's assuming that 2016 February timeline. So given this timeline, we have to have a short-term plan to address our growing enrollment, and that short-term plan needs to get us through the 2017-18 school year. So last spring, after the bond measure didn't pass, so this is last April, we let our parents and our community know that we would need to develop a plan to add more classrooms to our district and complete a district-wide reboundary. Since our 2014-15 enrollment is 26,615, and by 2017-18, enrollment is projected to be 28,515, 71 additional classrooms are needed to address our enrollment in the short term. Over the summer of 2014, we analyzed a number of facility options to address our short-term space needs. These options included the following: making temporary changes to the capital facility plan standard of service. Many of these changes are consistent with space compromises that have already been made at schools as a result of our enrollment exceeding capacity. That means, for example, using art and science rooms, spaces that were built for art and science rooms, using those for classrooms, using computer labs, converting those into classrooms, and so forth. Another option we looked into was constructing interior building modifications. Some of our sites are conducive to constructing interior building modifications that create teacher planning space that allows for the classroom space utilization throughout the day to be increased, so teachers are not planning in their classrooms, they're planning in office space. We've built, as you know, many of our new schools with that idea in mind. We looked at adding portables at existing school sites, and we looked into both our standard, typical, regular portables and also green portables. We looked at constructing permanent additions at existing schools. We looked at leasing commercial space and completing the tenant improvements on the interiors needed in order for a space to be used as a school. Ultimately, we developed a plan that will create 69 new classroom spaces through temporary changes to the capital facility plan standard of service, through interior building modifications, through the addition of green portables, and a permanent addition at one of our elementary schools. A total of 30 green portables are slated to be added at elementary, middle, and high school sites across the district. Green portables are better, we believe, than traditional portables in that they look more permanent, they provide better daylight, and they're more energy efficient. This plan is the most fiscally responsible plan, and it was communicated to parents in the September 26, 2014 Connections e-newsletter. And we again reminded parents at that time that we would be conducting a boundary process to distribute the students to where there is or will be classroom space in the next 3 years.
The boundary process. So again, we've got 3 processes in play here, and I just want to make sure that's clear. We've got the long-term facility planning process. That work's underway with a 63-person task force with representatives from the community at large, our parents, business leaders, to help us develop a long-term strategy. We then, together with the board, developed a short-term strategy. We analyzed all of those options that I talked about. We looked at what existing monies do we have to pay for a plan in the short term, and that's the plan that we landed on. Those are independent and separate from the boundary process. So now to the boundary process. The boundary process formally began in September of 2014, and from the beginning, our goal has been to have a well-communicated and transparent process with multiple opportunities for parent input. I believe that goal was met exceptionally well. Throughout the entire process, parents received direct emails providing them with updates and informing them of input opportunities. A dedicated boundary webpage was established where survey results, scenarios and maps, and information on in-person and online open house opportunities were posted. Parents could subscribe to the webpage and receive automated emails when new information was posted. In addition, direct emails were sent to parents notifying them of all input opportunities, both online and in person, and each time maps and scenarios were posted, parents were sent direct emails, whether they subscribed to the page or not. There were 3 board study sessions open to the public held throughout the process in October, in November, and in January. Those study session materials were posted on the Boundary webpage. And I'd just like to provide a little brief recap of the timeline and communication input processes with some specific dates. In September of 2014, the dedicated Boundary webpage was established on the district webpage, on the website. Parents received the September 26, 2014 Connections e-newsletter with detailed information about both the short-term facility plan and the Boundary criteria survey, and ultimately 5,370 responses were received in response to the criteria survey. And those results were then shared on the Boundary webpage. In October of 2014, the Boundary Committee first convened. After each meeting, a summary was posted to the Boundary webpage. In December of 2014, an in-person open house was held in each learning community. At the open house, parents viewed 3 scenarios and maps and provided input. The Boundary Committee was present to answer questions at those meetings, and an online version of the open house and input form was available for those who were unable to attend the in-person open house. The input results were posted online following the open houses. In January of 2015, another online comment period was held to seek input on the 2 scenarios, which the board saw during your last study session. Input results were posted online at the close of that comment period. And then the recommendation that I'm bringing you tonight was posted on the Boundary webpage last Friday. So again, I believe we did a great job of communicating and being open and transparent with our public throughout this entire process. I want to take a moment to recognize the Boundary Committee for their outstanding work. They invested an incredible amount of time in the study and analysis of the situation, in the development of scenarios, tried to look at this issue from every possible angle, and in the engagement processes. The committee members put in very long hours, often working nights and weekends throughout this entire process. It was an extremely difficult task, and they approached it thoroughly, professionally, and compassionately. I want to thank the entire committee. Some of those folks are here tonight. Many of them are not. The committee included all of our elementary principals, our 4 directors of school support, our transportation manager, Jeff Miles, our Director of Business Services, Barbara Posthumus, our Director of Special Services, Paul Vine, Director of Support Services, Forrest Miller, Director of Communications, Catherine Reith, and last but certainly not least, Associate Superintendent John Holman, who led and facilitated the committee's work. Changing boundaries is a difficult process from everyone's perspective. However, we have a responsibility to ensure that we have classrooms for our students. We heard tonight from people who are concerned that we're not moving students. We heard from people that are concerned that we are moving students. And we know that inherently this is a process where we have a continuum of perspectives and opinions, and ultimately a recommendation and ultimately a decision has to be made. And unfortunately, not everyone will likely be happy with the final decision. However, we're very appreciative, I'm very appreciative that our parents in our community have given so much attention and been engaged throughout this process. We had an outstanding turnout at the open houses and in response to the online opportunities for feedback. Multiple emails have been received by the committee and considered by the committee. Appreciate the amount of public comment that we have and people's willingness to really engage in not just the boundary issue that is really a result of our growing enrollment. And I'm hopeful that people will stay engaged throughout the long-term facility planning process. There's an open house opportunity that will be ongoing, and we need to hear from people throughout that process as well. Finally, I want to say that we're very committed to helping transition families and students who will be attending new schools in the 15-16 school year. This is not the first time that we've had to do a boundary process. This is my third year as superintendent, and we've done 2 already. I know we haven't done a comprehensive one for 20-plus years because it's not an easy thing to do. It's hard. It's a hard thing to do, but it's a necessity. And so with that, I'd like to proceed with presenting my recommendation to the board, and I have a presentation. And I'd just like you to please know that I'm bringing to you tonight what I believe is the very best recommendation given our very challenging enrollment and capacity situation. So I just need to get the PowerPoint queued up so I can start the presentation.
Tracy, can we just take a couple minutes while you're doing that? I'm going to run to the restroom and she's going to do that.
We shall resume.
So, Jackie, before we launch into this, I'd like to ask a clarification question regarding the SOOPS report. I've been in the district for 11 years. This is the first district-wide reboundary. When would we, this is a short-term solution, but when would we expect any further reboundaries?
Yeah, good clarification. Our intent is the next time we would be reboundering, it would be when we're developing the boundary for who's going to attend the new schools that we would have built. That's the intent. I'm going to address this in just a minute, but the decisions that we're making right now in the short term, we're making in consideration of the long-term enrollment and capacity needs. So many of the decisions in terms of moving the fewest number of students possible was with the intent that we don't want to have to do this again in 3 years, or we don't every year want to have to be reboundarying. And so the movement that we're making in the short term lends itself to what would be happening in the long term, although when new schools are built, you have to do a reboundary.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's a good segue really into some of the overarching principles that inform the process as we began. We know we want to utilize space that's available throughout the district, and we're adding space, and when I do an overview by learning community, I'll be highlighting again what space we're adding as a result of the short-term plan. At the same time, we have an overarching principle of the importance of maintaining the learning community and feeder pattern structure. So we're organized into 4 learning communities. We believe it provides, there's excellent educational reasons to have a K-12 feeder pattern. So you don't have a student going to school, elementary in one feeder pattern, middle school in another feeder pattern, then potentially back to high school in a different feeder pattern or yet another feeder pattern. We have our teachers coming together for professional development to develop a K-12 articulation. Our principals collaborate in learning communities through their director of school support. We have a director of school support for the learning community. There's good educational reasons for keeping that intact and not just eliminating feeder pattern structures and just sending students to where there's room, even if it's on the other side of the district. And again, the other overarching principle was, to the greatest extent possible, make short-term decisions in consideration of the fact that this is nested in a longer-term strategy. So those are just three overarching principles. We then, as I mentioned, developed criteria that we have used in past boundary adjustments and conducted a survey to get input from the community on sort of rank order of importance. And these are those rank ordered criteria. So the number one criteria that we heard from families was to maintain neighborhoods to the extent possible. Number two, to minimize the number of students and families affected. And there's some competing interests here, as you can see, in all of this, but these are the rank-ordered criteria. Because redistributing enrollment to match school capacity and accommodate growth could conflict with minimizing the number of students affected. So there's a balance in looking at all of this. But those were the top three ranked criteria. 4 was minimize transportation impacts. And we look at that both from transportation as a system. We have a finite number of buses and bus drivers, and there's expense associated with adding additional bus routes, adding additional buses to our fleet. You know, that's why we have different start and stop times at the levels, so we can utilize all of our buses in a fiscally responsible way. That also can be interpreted in terms of what's the transportation impact for a student on a bus? What's the length of a student's bus ride? And whether or not we've got bussers, students who ride the bus, so bus riders who would in effect become walkers or vice versa. So that's how we look at transportation impacts. 5 was use natural boundaries to the extent possible. 6, provide proximity of special programs to the extent possible. I want to make a comment about programs here. So we have programs, and programs are really students. There are students, our students in those programs, whether they are learning center programs, Quest, preschool, all-day kindergarten. All of those are programs with students in them. And we have historically made program moves, not as part of a boundary process, but when needed, to accommodate enrollment and capacity. So, for example, last year we moved a Quest program to Blackwell Elementary because they had capacity there. So that's not part of the boundary process. That's something that we do with a lot of thought, but on a kind of a year-to-year basis, we analyze that and make those program decisions. But we want to ensure that there's proximity of special programs within a learning community. Again, so we're not negatively impacting a student who can only access a program that happens to be on the other side of the district and they're experiencing an exceptionally long bus ride. So, and then considering demographic impacts as well. So those were the rank-ordered criteria in the order that we heard from the community. So what you're going to see tonight, and that should not have an exclamation mark, I'm sorry, that should be a number 1, but I've organized this presentation the following way. I've got an overview of the current capacity and enrollment situation in the learning community and highlighting where are we adding those classrooms at every level as part of that short-term facility plan. I want to share, the last time the board saw the scenarios until you saw the final recommendation that was in your board materials, at the study session, you heard committee members talk through scenarios 1 and 2. And so tonight I will show you community input we received on those scenarios 1 and 2. Then I'm going to share the recommendation, which is the same recommendation that's in your board materials and was posted to the district website last Friday. And then I'm going to talk through what's the impact of that recommendation, how does that address the issue, what's the result of it, how we believe that recommendation is aligned to the criteria, and then there's an opportunity for you to ask questions and make comments. So I just ask that, for each learning community, kind of let me get through the first few bullets, knowing that before we move on to the next learning community, we've got a dedicated time for board member questions and comments. I've got my team here tonight as well to help. So I mentioned all of the central office leadership team folks who served on the committee, and those folks are here, so if there's specific enrollment questions or transportation questions, I've got the team here who can also help answer those questions and help illustrate things on the maps, et cetera. So with that, I'll go ahead and begin. I'm doing the learning communities in alphabetical order, starting with Eastlake. These are the elementary schools in the Eastlake Learning Community. And in terms of the situation in the Eastlake Learning Community, where we are as student enrollment in the Eastlake Learning Community is actually projected to decrease in the coming years. However, there's some unknown there because there's development taking place on the Sammamish Plateau, and other neighborhoods are changing in demographic as students complete their K-12 education, but their parents are remaining in the houses. So there's some unknowns there, and there's a new Sammamish town center is what they're calling it. It's potentially going to have some maybe single-family and multifamily housing. So, there's some things we don't quite know in the far future. We've got the picture for the next 3 years. We've got a situation in the Eastlake Learning Community where Meade Elementary is at capacity, while we've got other schools that have room. So that's the overarching situation there. Here's the numbers behind that overarching situation. So here's our current situation, our enrollment projection with the current boundaries. So you can see, for example, by 17-18, Blackwell would be at 292 students, while Meade would be at 581. And that looks like we're getting into a situation similar to the Rosa Parks Wilder situation, that we want to make sure that if we see that coming, we can take some steps to address it. Then the next slide shows the current capacity, classroom capacity, given our current boundaries. So you see the classrooms available. We're not adding any capacity in the Eastlake Learning Community as part of the short-term facility plan because it's not needed in the short term. And then that shows by school how many classrooms will be needed next year and projected forward through 17-18. So that's current situation with current boundaries. On the middle school, so here's the situation, and this is includes both Redmond and Eastlake because there's some overlap right now in terms of where students attend. So you'll see the same slide later when we look at the Redmond Learning Community. For example, middle schools shows, right now Evergreen Middle's at 864, Englewood is at 1095, Redmond's at 1,033. You can see where we're adding capacity. That's not number of classrooms, right? So that's how much student capacity is added. So we just do it a little bit different at the secondary because of how classrooms are utilized differently than at the elementary. What our enrollment looks like moving forward, and then whether the school will be over or under capacity by 17-18. So Englewood is going to, continue to grow. They'll be at 1284 by 17-18. Redmond will be at 1181, and Evergreen at 981.
And this is current.
It's current situation if we weren't to do anything. Okay? And you can see Redmond High School and Eastlake High School there as well. So, again, the last scenarios that you heard being discussed and saw what those were at the last study session. And we asked people not to vote, but to rank order, right? The two scenarios in order of preference. And so this is what that feedback showed. And then, of course, the weighted rank is shown on the far right-hand column. So this is similar to the approach that we took after the three scenarios were developed and we asked for input. So the recommendation is as follows, and the descriptions are approximate. We can take a look at the maps, but it's moving Alcott Lake Road to Blackwell Elementary. And what that does is doesn't have an impact at the middle level because those students are already slated to go to Englewood Middle School. But I'll get to the other results it has in just a minute. So first let me just focus on the description, then I'll get to the impact. And I should say this is essentially scenario 1, modified to include an aspect of scenario 2. So the second bullet, Mead to McCullough, areas north of Englewood Hill Road, west of 228th Avenue, northeast and east of 224th, that was an aspect of scenario 2. The final two bullets, Smith to Carson, Mystic Lake development area, that's 35 future students, not current students. And then the last is really just a gate line boundary adjustment that's not clear on our current map, and I can, if we have a question about that, I can ask when we get to the question part, Barbara or Jeff to explain that a little better, but there's no impact to students. It's kind of cleaning up the map, essentially. So the approximate number of students affected, current students, is 114, and 35 from future development. So what that recommendation does is it increases student enrollment at Blackwell, and you saw what their projection looks like if we don't make an adjustment there. It reduces student enrollment at Mead Elementary by year 3, so not necessarily an immediate reduction, but by year 3. It helps us maintain some capacity at Carson and Smith, because there is some unknowns at this point. There's new development being planned and coming in, and so that's good for us to have some capacity there. It does not result in a boundary change for Carson or Smith, except for those 35 future students. It does redistribute enrollment within the learning community. And the other thing it does is it results in Alcott no longer being a split feeder school. So currently, some Alcott students feed to Evergreen, and some feed to Englewood. And the result of this, because we'll have current Alcott students moving to Blackwell, they will then go to Englewood, so they will no longer be a split feeder school. And we think that's a good thing. I talked about feeder patterns and the articulation, and it's preferable not to have a split feeder at the elementary. How that aligns to the criteria, it does move a smaller number of current students than some previous scenarios did. We believe it maintains neighborhoods to the extent possible. It does not create a need for district program movement, and it minimizes transportation impacts in that it doesn't require us to add any additional buses. No bus riders become walkers. 21 walkers become bus riders, and it doesn't substantially change the average route lengths for students. Okay, then here are the numbers behind. So with that recommendation, here's what it does to the enrollment projections.
Do you want questions now or later?
Almost.
Okay.
One more slide. Here's what it does to the capacity, classroom capacity projections. Okay. And then here's what it does at the middle and high school. So we're going to get to the 44 students from Redmond Middle to Eastlake Middle when we get to the Redmond Learning Community. So we're going to come back to this slide in the Redmond Learning Community, but you can see then what the middle schools will be like by 17-18. We'll have Englewood at 1,284. We will have, 189 over capacity at Inglewood. We'll have 1,137 at Redmond, 79 over capacity, and 1,025 at Evergreen. So that's the impact, and now what we want to do is I want to provide an opportunity for you to pose questions, make comments, and again, I will likely be calling on members of my team here around specific questions. If they're detailed.
Nancy indicated she had one, so you want to start?
Yeah, who are the 21 walkers becoming bus riders?
The 21 walkers becoming bus riders. I'm going to kind of let you guys decide whether you think Jeff would be the best person to answer that or John. The question is the 21.
Who are they?
Yeah.
Which
students are those?
Right along 228th, there's two neighborhoods that were proposed to be moved from Meade to McAuliffe. One of those neighborhoods is current busers to Meade. One of those neighborhoods currently walks to Meade, even though they're both on 228th. And Jeff can tell me if I'm incorrect in this. I believe there's an actual walk path through one of those neighborhoods towards Meade where the other doesn't have a walk path.
So I've got one that I think sorry.
Well, so there's nothing we can do about that? We just, you know how I feel about walking.
I do.
We all do.
So this recommendation for Eastlake doesn't add any buses, and actually current McAuliffe buses would be able to pick these students up. So it's not a bus add, but for those students, it would be a change in transportation.
Okay, thanks.
Chris?
So this probably is going to wind up in Forest's department, but for Redmond Middle and Evergreen Middle, what's the permanent capacity, and how much of the space add is portables versus And so the approximate capacity seems to be current facilities adding in portables, but I think Redmond's already got a whole bunch of them on there. I'm not sure. It's got 6? Okay.
Are you asking for how many portables are there currently?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, for the 256 being added at Evergreen, is that just counting the ones that we've already got there, or is this additional 10 portables?
Right, and actually, because that's part of the Redmond Learning Community, you're going to see that. So hold that until we get to the Redmond Learning Community, because I go through and highlight what we're adding and how we're getting the capacity. Yeah, no, it's, okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. Mark, I was looking at the screen.
No problem. I always hate it when we have terms that, to me, cause my eyes to glaze over, and feeder patterns is one of them. I like to kind of keep in mind that the idea of not splitting a feeder pattern, it isn't for the impact on the buses or the teachers or anyone else. It's for the impact on the kids. When you think about it, if you're not splitting a feeder pattern, you're not splitting up friendships, you're not splitting up neighbors as much, and you're trying to feed those same folks into the same schools so they can continue those friendships that they've built and those social interactions, if you will, although I always call them friendships. I don't know what the hell a social interaction is myself. But that said, I think that we have to keep that in mind. And that's, it may sound like so much educational gobbledygook to call them feeder patterns, but it basically comes down to keeping friends together.
And as a follow-on on that, we really haven't made any adjustments at the high school feeder level.
Well, there will be a couple in Juanita because there's some of Lake Washington that's moving.
Some of Lake Washington.
We just focus on Eastlake Learning Community.
Basically, yeah. So for this learning community, the part of, I mean, honestly, I'm looking at Inglewood and it's like, good Lord, 189 kids over capacity. Where are those parents? It seems that this is keeping a logical boundary together, fundamentally. I mean, the plateau is a big difference to shipping them out.
See how hard it is to keep track.
That's actually been a preference to the Inglewood community to stay large and stay on the plateau, because transportation off is
Was
horrible,
abhorrent.
because there's
Okay.
not a lot of roads that get you away from being up, down
So-
into, and especially as growth has occurred, and, you know, lack of
Right.
roads for them to transit.
And you'll remember, at one time I was the principal there at Inglewood when we were at 1,200, when we had about 10 portables, right? And even at that time, people saw the value of staying in the feeder pattern, and ultimately we ended up doing an addition, right? So Inglewood doesn't have those portables anymore. There's actually a permanent classroom addition that was completed at Inglewood.
But they did not mind being large. That was a preference.
How do they get by with 189 extra? Do they just have bigger classes?
Well, in a secondary school, you can utilize, you know, remember, we've got the classroom utilization, like 75 to 80.
Yeah,
You can adjust that. You can have teachers who are not planning in their classroom, and then you can use that classroom space for a classroom, sixth period, for example. So there's some different ways of looking. That's why we kind of report out capacity and enrollment differently at the secondary level.
Thanks for reminding me.
I just have two questions. One thing just to point out, at Sammamish, at those elementary schools, they all have portables, anywhere from 3 to 8. So when we're looking at that capacity, that includes the portables in there. So that's a piece of how they've handled that growth up there. And they are on that downhill going into the middle school, as you see through Inglewood. The question I have, with the 35 students that are shifting from Meade to McAuliffe, why the decision to move them with the overall numbers? Because it's a fairly small, and so that's my question. It's a fairly small number of students.
You know, the ultimate, what we're trying to do, we've Blackwell being too small, Meade being too large, we could clean up the split feeder by moving Alcott to Blackwell, which makes Blackwell larger, still needing a remedy essentially for Meade. So that's why the move from Meade to McAuliffe, wanting to maintain the capacity at Smith and Carson based on the potential for future growth and, you know, just what the current boundary map looks like. I welcome anybody, you know, John, if you want to add on to what I'm saying.
One of the other things, if you look back at scenario 1 and or 2, those address the capacity issues in year 1. Even though Meade never was going to be over capacity, this was really about kind of balancing enrollment. What moving this number of students did was accomplish the same number of classrooms needed in year 3 that moving more students did in the short term. But the year 3 had the same numbers of classrooms needed. And so as a committee, we decided, thinking about moving the fewest number of students needed, this accomplished it in year 3, which had the same outcome as moving about 65 more students.
And I think that's important too. What these charts don't show is how many portables are currently there. It only shows the capacity that we're adding, and that's what I'm highlighting here as well in the short term. So it really doesn't have any, it doesn't tell you the full story of what's currently on the site. Right.
And the plateau schools have kind of, over time, Smith was over capacity at one point, and then Meade, and then McAuliffe, and there's been some little juggling over the last 15 years from time to time. When Carson opened, a lot of it was cleaned up at that time to cut back with, trying to keep those schools kind of balanced and with kids.
I know there's also a lot of questions around the island that goes to McAuliffe, and there was discussion around that, and I see that in this recommendation it's kept. And the reason?
Tracy kind of addressed it when she was talking about the long-term outlook for the East Lake learning community. There's so many unknowns right now that making kind of big overhauls was a concern for us. And so to accomplish the task and address capacity at Meade, we were able to do that by shifting a small number of students. And knowing that McAuliffe's boundary is very unique, with one side of it being a cliff, you can't draw students from that side of their attendance boundary. And so at this point, we didn't feel like eliminating Vintage from their attendance area was a wise plan.
Okay, any other questions from board members on
Eastlake.
Okay, and we move alphabetically to, must be Juanita.
To Juanita. Okay, so these are the elementary schools in the Juanita Learning Community. And in terms of that learning community, here's the overview. We have student enrollment that's projected to remain flat in the near term, but increasing in 17-18, so more in the longer term. And that's what we're calling year 3, right, of our short term. We've got some schools that currently exceed their classroom capacity while others have space available. We are adding green portables, one at Frost and one at Keller. And we're making interior building modifications at Juanita High School to increase classroom space utilization. And that will net,
10?
Yeah, I apologize, I meant to put the number there. Yeah, that gets us essentially 10 classrooms gained. And that's where we're reconfiguring space within the main building to add teacher planning space to increase the utilization from 70 to 85%. So teachers will have planning space and then we'll be able to use classrooms every period of the day. And all that was, part of the short term. So here's the chart that shows for elementary the capacity summary with current boundaries. So that reflects the capacity that'll be added through the green portables at Frost and Keller. And the shaded areas are where the school doesn't have enough classrooms for students. So you can see that we need to create classroom capacity at Sandburg. Here's the enrollment projection at elementary with the current boundaries. And you can see again we've got Thoreau that's smaller, Sandburg larger. So again, it's sort of similar to a Rosa Parks Wilder situation and something that we want to address. Here's the Juanita Learning Community, the current situation for middle and high school. So we're not adding any capacity at the middle level. And Kamiakin, you'll see, and Finn Hill, the numbers of Finn Hill will be at 556, so it'll be 116 under capacity. Again, this is the short-term 3-year picture. And Kamiakin is 9 under capacity projected by year 3. Juanita High School's 20 over capacity, even with the interior building space modifications. So the other issue driving some of the recommendation here is you might be able to add more students to the middle level, but then they can't continue in the feeder pattern through high school. So there's really a problem here in the Juanita Learning Community is not only the imbalance at the elementary, but Juanita High School, and you remember I talked earlier about the plan was to enlarge Juanita High School, but now we're doing the interior building space modifications to a very aging building because that bond measure didn't pass. You saw scenarios 1 and 2 during the last study session, and here's the community input received. The recommendation is scenario 1, and that's Sandburg to Thoreau, north of Northeast 132nd Street West, west of 84th Avenue Northeast, that's 37 students. Sandburg to Juanita, west of 94th Avenue Northeast, south of Northeast 124th, 23 students. Twain to Frost, north of Northeast 116th, west of 128th, includes Slater up to Northeast 124th, that's 53 students. We also have 2 of those kind of similar like map adjustments that don't impact any students, but it's to fix the Frost Muir boundary line at Totem Lake Way, and there's a Frost Bell boundary line east of I-405, so no students impacted there. This recommendation affects approximately 113 students, and none from future development. There's another part of the recommendation, and that's that Kamiakin Middle School boundary is modified to include the area moved from Twain to Frost. So that's that northeast 116th, west of 128th, including Slater up to 124th. That's 53 elementary students. And so I'm going to talk through, that's also a Juanita High School boundary modification, same area, that's 53 elementary students. So the impact explains how those 53 elementary students who are currently in the elementary, what impact it actually has at the middle and high school level. So that part's important. So the impact of this recommendation is it does increase student enrollment at Juanita and Thoreau. It reduces student enrollment at Sandburg. Results in no boundary changes for Bell, Keller, or Muir. It does necessitate some space compromises at Juanita and Keller because you'll see in the next chart that Juanita is still, short on classroom space, but they're able to, like many of our schools have, make some space compromises to better utilize their space so a room can be used as a classroom. In terms of the impact at the middle and high school, so you saw in the recommendation, 53 K-5 students move from the Rose Hill / Kirkland middle feeder, because remember, Twain, moving to Twain currently, and I'll talk about this in the Lake Washington Learning Community, has historically as a split feeder school been given the option. Students, when it comes time to go to middle school, they could pick either Rose Hill or Kirkland. So now those 53 students are moving from Twain to Frost, so now they will go to Kamiakin. So it doesn't move all 53 students at once. It moves half, so thinking about 27 students by the end of year 3, or 9 students each year. So those 53 students are distributed across grades K-5, and ultimately, eventually, they would go, right, they don't all go at once. So if you project out how many that would actually be in actuality, it would be 9 students each year. So 27 students by the end of the 3rd year. In terms of how does that impact Juanita, it doesn't impact Juanita in the short term, because those elementary students aren't going to be at high school for a while, right? So the long term, we're looking at really year 7, which is not within the short term, it's within the long term. It would add 35 students to Juanita High School. So that's how those numbers work. It's a little confusing. In terms of alignment to criteria, it does move a smaller number of students to accomplish the task, smaller than in some other scenarios. Believe it maintains neighborhoods to the extent possible. It does not create a need for district program movement, and it minimizes transportation impact in that it doesn't require us to add additional buses. No walkers become bus riders. 23 bus riders potentially become walkers. We have to evaluate that situation, but there's a potential for those 23 bus riders to become walkers, and it does not substantially change the average route lengths for students. In terms of what does that then look like with capacity and enrollment, so here's the impact of that recommendation on the elementary school classroom capacity. In the shaded areas where a school is making compromises. For example, Sandburg right now, while their capacity is 19 classrooms, right, available, they're using 21 this year. So they're making compromises to make that work, but you could see in the enrollment projection, if we're wanting to more balance and not create those Wilder, Rosa Parks kinds of situations that then need to eventually be dealt with, this better distributes enrollment across the learning community at the elementary. Here's the impact of the recommendation at the middle and high school. So those 27 students over 3 years to Kamiakin. By the end of the 3rd year, Finn Hill will be 556, 116 under. Kamaikan will be 18 over, and Juanita 20 over. Okay, so I'm going to take your questions and comments, and I'll ask for assistance from the team here.
The Finn Hill currently has environmental there taking up classrooms. Is that reflected in their capacity? I mean, is the capacity we're seeing the whole building and then taking the kids that are environmental out of the number?
So that capacity is already taken out of that number. So environmental, those students are accounted for already, and that's space available for neighborhood students.
So would it be accurate to say that if we really were thinking about what's the number of students on the Finn Hill campus, it would be the 556 plus the 90 at?
Correct.
Correct, okay.
Okay. And the capacity?
140, I'm sorry. So yeah.
And the capacity is there to include those students. So they actually have closer to 100 more kids than this says, right? On the premises.
Or 140 more.
140 more students.
There's 140 students at ES. I misspoke and said 90.
Okay. So
when we rebuilt Finn Hill, we built a school for environmental and
right, they've got a
adventure.
pod.
So it's its own separate area.
But it's part of the, what I'm trying to get at is that wing part of this full capacity of the school?
And you're saying no?
And you're saying no? Okay.
It's a separate school.
There'd still be 116 seats open by 2017,
Yeah, and I just wanted to make sure.
regardless of EAS being that's.
Okay.
But
That's
I'm glad you brought that up because Finn Hill was specifically built to accommodate EAS, just like Sandburg was specifically built to accommodate DCS. So we have made those intentional decisions when building new school buildings to, in some cases, incorporate a choice school onto that campus.
And wasn't Stella Scola too for?
Stella Scola is another example at Roseville Middle.
We made that as a decision
DCS
quite a while
community,
ago.
yeah. Pardon me?
We made that as a decision quite a while ago, that when we would rebuild the school, if we could, we would build that area for one of those choice schools that makes them permanent in their location.
Right. We still have some that are in portables at this point in time, too. I think of Renaissance up on the plateau.
Sure.
Right, because we haven't
and
gotten to do Eastlake yet.
Right. But when we did the addition at Eastlake as a result of the 2011 levy, we specifically built that area for Renaissance Middle in their own little pod.
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing about the movements from Sandburg to Thoreau and Sandburg to Juanita, it's been 20-odd years that we did it the other way. So it lasted a long time, and the population lasted pretty steady in that time before it had to be relooked at again. Any other questions for the Juanita Learning Community for Tracy? Okay. Next is Lake Washington.
Okay, yes. So Lake Washington Learning Community. These are the elementary schools in the Lake Washington Learning Community. In terms of overview of the learning community, student enrollment is projected to grow dramatically over the next several years. Both elementary and high school classrooms are needed. The short-term capacity plan involves adding green portables at Audubon, Franklin, Rush, and Lake Washington High School. So 1 at Audubon, 1 at Franklin, 3 at Rush, and 10 at Lake Washington High School. We're also going to need to continue the temporary changes to the Capital Facility Plan Standard of Service. Those will continue. That nets us 13 classrooms. And as I mentioned just briefly earlier, the other kind of unique part of the Lake Washington Learning Community is that historically, given the fact that Twain is a split feeder, students have had the choice to attend either Rose Hill Middle School or Kirkland Middle School. And that could potentially result in some future enrollment and capacity issues because year to year, we're not quite sure what percentage of students are going to choose what school. So there's some unknowns associated with that past practice.
But both those middle schools feed to Lake Washington High School.
That's correct.
Okay.
So the current situation in terms of the
classroom capacity at elementary, given the current situation. You can see all the shaded areas here, Audubon, Franklin, I mean, those are current year, right? We've got 5 schools over capacity, needing additional classroom space, and that continuing for Twain and Lakeview and Audubon as we project forward. Here's the enrollment projection with the current boundaries. Number, wise capacity and enrollment. So we've got Twain out there by 1718 at 650, Rush 619, Rose Hill 392. So there's some, difference. Franklin 376. So some variation within the learning community. In terms of the middle and high school, we don't have in the short-term plan, because it's not needed, to add capacity at Kirkland and Rose Hill. But again, it's kind of similar to the Juanita High School situation, where the capacity issue isn't at the middle school, but it's at the high school. So we're adding 10 green portables at Lake Washington High School, and we'll still be 39 over capacity. So moving more students into this feeder pattern there might be room in the short term at the middle level, but there's not room at the high school. So by 2017-18, we've got 588 at Kirkland, 9 under capacity, and 840 at Rose Hill, 93 under. That Rose Hill number does not include, if you're just thinking about sheer number of students on a campus, does not include the 90 Stella Schola students. Okay. So the input received from scenario 1 and 2 is, as you can see here, is pretty similar in looking at the weighted ranks. And the recommendation is really aspects of scenario 1 and scenario 2. So it's the Audubon to Rush, and that's the 28 students from the Eves Redmond Apartments Unit ZZ through OO. Franklin to Rose Hill, west of 148th, north of Northeast 69th, and south of Northeast 74th. Strattonwood, that's 14 students. That was in both 1 and 2. The first bullet was in scenario 2. Rush to Franklin was part of scenario 1. That's east of 140th, northeast, south of Old Redmond Road, west of 143rd, north of Northeast 67th Court. That's the 21 students. The last 2 were both in 1 and 2. Twain to Rose Hill, north of Northeast 85th, east of 136th, south of Northeast 90th. That's 44 students. And Twain to Frost, north of Northeast 116th Street, west of 128th Avenue, northeast, and includes Slater up to northeast 124th. Okay, so the approximate number of current students affected is 160, 0 from future development, and 53 elementary students changing a learning community, so moving from a learning community, but then staying in that learning community. So it's about keeping that learning community concept intact. So it's moving, they're moving from, actually, I'll put it here a little bit, I think it's a little clearer. Well, let me make sure we're clear on both ends. So it's the changing learning community, moving from Twain to Kirkland Middle and Rose Middle to Lake Washington, from that to Muir to Kamiakin to Juanita as the feeder pattern. So hopefully that makes sense. I didn't say it as clearly as I could have, but you can see on the screen. Am I saying
Frost. Can I make 2 clarifications?
Yes, I appreciate it.
It should be Frost and not Muir.
Yeah.
And up.
Okay,
And
that's why I think
that was just our fault
confused.
for, yeah. The recommendation is Frost.
So, thank you for catching that. I want to make sure the situation recommendation, when we get to that, is accurate. So I'm going to turn just real quickly to to tab 6.
Says
And the bullet above says Frost.
So that's why, and I was getting kind of
Right.
confused as I was saying it, because it wasn't making sense to me.
And
Okay,
can I
so-
clarify one other thing? The rush to Franklin, that was in both scenario 1 and 2. Scenario 1, it was by
Oh,
itself.
thank you.
Scenario 2, there was an additional rush neighborhood.
Thank
So I just want to clarify that.
Okay, and then on the situation recommendation, page 14, I just want to make sure we are making the correction here.
It says Twain to Frost.
What page are you on, Jackie? 14?
Yeah, it says Twain to Frost.
So situation recommendation is accurate?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
Thank you, sorry for
It is
that
accurate.
confusion. That's good.
It's accurate.
Yeah. Okay, so the Rose Hill Middle boundary would then is modified to include the area moved from Twain to Rose Hill, north of Northeast 85th, east of 136, south of 90th. That's 44 elementary students. So again, I'll go through what does this mean in terms of impact, right, when we get to the impact slide. Here's the recommendation about the Twain Middle feeder. The recommendation is to make no change to current practice of allowing Twain students to choose either Rose Hill Middle or Kirkland Middle at this time, and to conduct a further review at a later date. Right now, it's working. Twain is going to be the only elementary school because we'll have eliminated the split feeder of Alcott. So now Twain will be the only elementary school with a split feeder. And this has been historical practice that has not become an issue yet. I mean, each year it kind of works out and the percentages work out. And as you know, in hearing the different scenarios developed, it's very difficult to try to figure out how to draw a boundary. So recommended making no change at this time. So here's the impact of this recommendation. It increases student enrollment at Rose Hill. It reduces enrollment at Twain. It results in no boundary changes for Kirk or Lakeview. It does create a need for district program movement. So again, district program movement is not part of the boundary process, but as we were doing a boundary process, we looked at all options of, is there a way to create a boundary that makes sense, that aligns with our criteria, and then we wouldn't need to move a program. And ultimately, I'm recommending that we don't make any boundary changes for Kirkland or Lakeview, and that we do look at district program move to create the needed classroom space at Lakeview. The impact then, the result moves those 44 K-5 students from the Rose Hill Kirkland middle feeder to the Rose Hill middle feeder, because they're moving from Twain to Rose Hill. And this moves 22 students from Rose Hill Kirkland to Rose Hill by the end of year 3, or 7 students a year. So again, it's like I described with this previous scenario, it's not all 44 of those K-5 students moving to the middle school. It results, as I mentioned, in Twain continuing to be a split feeder school, and Twain is now the only split feeder elementary, and it does redistribute enrollment across the learning community. It moves a smaller number of students to accomplish the task compared to other scenarios. It maintains neighborhoods to the extent possible. In terms of transportation impact, we do need 1 additional bus. No walkers become bus riders. 14 bus riders potentially become walkers. Again, we need to evaluate the walk situation, and it does not substantially change the average route lengths for students. Here's the charts then that show the impact of the recommendation in terms of classroom needed. For Lakeview, you see that the numbers are still shaded. That's because the boundary does not change, and so the boundary doesn't result in additional classroom capacity, but the program move will accomplish the additional classroom capacity. The enrollment projection here shows the impact of the recommendation in terms of numbers at the elementary level. And then here's the middle and high school impact. So by the end of year 3, 17-18, Kirkland at 570, 27 under, Rose Hill at 831, 102 under. Again, the issues at the high school, so Lake Washington High School will be 39 over capacity. So while there's room at the middle, in the short term, there's not at the high school, even with the add of 10 portables. So questions, comments, Lake Washington Learning Community?
I know this has been said, but since for one, we've got a large audience, and I'm hoping we have some on the watching at TV, if not will be. Would you please explain the 10 portables at Lake Washington, because people are going to say, why didn't we plan accordingly? And there's good explanation for that, but I think it should be put out there.
Yeah, good. I'm glad that's a great question. So when we were planning for the construction of Lake Washington High School, we were configured as 3-year high schools. So when that bond was passed and the plan was made for Lake Washington High School, it was for a 3-year high school. However, the plan it was also based on its pod structure, meant that an addition could be added at some point in the future if we needed it. And we've actually designed several of our schools with that in mind, that if an addition is needed, then it's able to be made, and that was Lake Washington High School. As I mentioned earlier, the reconfiguration change had good educational value and gave us capacity at the elementary level, because we really needed capacity at the elementary level. In order to complete the reconfiguration, though, to 4-year high schools, we needed to add capacity. The 2011 levy allowed us to do the addition at Redmond High School and Eastlake High School and build Tesla STEM School that gave us enough high school capacity to move forward with the reconfiguration move. We had, in the 2014 bond, the addition at Lake Washington High School, knowing we needed that addition. But like I said earlier, the fact that the bond didn't pass doesn't change the need for high school classrooms. So we have to have those high school classrooms at Lake Washington High School. Given the money that we have available, the green portables are the solution that we have to put in place.
I just wanted that to be clear to people. And the other thing, too, is that looking at that even though Franklin is a little lower in number when you look at it, in a way, it's important that we still have an occasional elementary here and there that has a little less than full because of programs such as Quest, which then need classroom space and housing. And if we didn't have any space anywhere, then we would really be in a world of hurt for some of our special programs that are important to our students in our community as well.
Mm-hmm. And we have, based on students, and I invite Matt if I'm misstating anything here, but we have expanded our Quest classrooms based on the fact that, the need is there, and those students would be in our system anyway, right? So they are our students, but we have grown our challenge, our highly capable program based on our student population. So there's lots of moving parts in all of this as well. Some of it's not really the focus of tonight, right. But we've also expanded our learning center programs, some of our programs for our special needs students, because it's in response to our student population.
And those boundaries, those students, it's harder to be part of a boundary, per se, because they don't necessarily all, Quest students in the class, don't live within one neighborhood. They come from that whole community.
Right, and that's why we've always treated program moves as independent of a boundary process.
Here you have a question?
Well, again, in the Lake Washington, in Juanita, if you were to look at those elementary schools, none of those had portables at this point in time because the capacity that's built there, and that's not where that was occurring. In Lake Washington Learning Community, that's not the case. There already have been portables in place for quite a period of time, and we're adding more in which to handle the growth that's happening there. And so even though the numbers look a little different, that's one of those things that.
Good point.
So to the extent that the program is going to be used as a solution, what's the timeline for information on the programmatic?
I can't give you an exact specific, I mean, I'll just be honest, we've been, fully all on the boundary process. That will be our next step.
Well, sorry,
after
so let me just
tonight.
rephrase that. If there are program changes, would we expect them to hit in the fall of 2015?
That would be, yeah, that's our thinking.
Okay.
This would be for next year, yeah.
Right, okay.
Thank you.
Mark? Could you go back one slide real quick? The Rose Hill under capacity, 102. Isn't there another, in addition to the Rose Hill students, don't we have another school that feeds into that facility so that 102 actually becomes about 10 or so?
Well, we have Stella Scola, that we built Rose Hill Middle with Stella Scola. Those 90 students add to the enrollment number, so they're not included there. So 831 plus 90 would be the total number of students that are on the Rose Hill Middle campus, but it does not impact the capacity. So that 102 under capacity is independent of Stella. But again, the issue here is, while there's room at the middle, there's no room at the high school. So if we were to move students to this learning community, they would be going from one learning community to elementary, a significant bus ride to another learning community for middle school, and then they have to go back to the original learning community or potentially a different learning community for high school because there's not enough high school capacity in the learning community. Okay.
Well, for the choice schools, that's always been the case, that most of our choice schools are middle school. If you chose to go to one outside of your feeder pattern, you'd be coming back to high school in your local.
That's correct. And that's a choice. I mean, that's
Right.
kind
That's
of
part of the
inherent,
choice.
and that's part of the choice that parents are making.
And I think that'd be great to talk about as we get to the very end of this.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
But important to discuss
It's one
as
of the pieces.
another possibility to look at. And
speaking of things that we're going to discuss at the end, you haven't mentioned grandfathering yet. I hope
That's
we're going to
part
hear
of the
that term.
presentation.
Bingo. Sweet.
Doing it at the end?
Yes.
Okay. Good question, though. And I didn't put that in the outline, so thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions about Lake Washington learning community? No. Okay.
Okay.
On to Redmond.
Okay. These are the elementary schools in the Redmond learning community. Here's a picture of what's occurring right now in the Redmond learning community. Student enrollment is projected to grow dramatically over the next several years. Both elementary and middle school classrooms are needed. Temporary changes to the capital facility plan standard of service will continue at elementary, and that's resulting in a net of 5 classrooms. An addition will be constructed at Redmond Elementary. So this is the only learning community where we're actually doing a permanent addition at one of the elementary schools to create capacity. And if you remember in our short-term capacity conversation, we had to look at what were our available funds, and there was not enough money there to even build one elementary school, right? And you can see now that we're at the 4th learning community here, we have capacity needs at high school, at elementary. So building one elementary school, even if we had enough money to do that, would not address the capacity need that we have in total in the district. But wanting to use our funds as responsibly as possible. Again, I kind of went through, we looked at leasing space, we looked at all of these options. Actually, the construction of a permanent addition at Redmond Elementary did make good fiscal sense. So while we're adding these, 30 green portables across the district where we were able to, in a school that could accommodate an addition, because it was built with that in mind, we are doing that. So that's the addition that will net us 6 classrooms at Redmond Elementary. We've got green portables that will be added at Alcott, 4 of them, at Redmond Elementary, so they're getting actually 10 additional classrooms at Redmond Elementary, 6 permanent, 4 green portable, 1 green portable at Redmond Middle, and 4 green portables at Evergreen Middle. We've made interior building modifications already at Redmond Middle to provide some instructional space, so that was a newer building designed to have instructional space for students. Some of that's been compromised, so then we can use a classroom that was maybe originally designed to be a classroom for ELL students, and now they're using that shared instructional space to provide that intervention for students so they could free up a classroom. So there's some of those interior modifications and compromises that have already been made at Redmond Middle. And the short-term plan is for those interior building modifications, like we're making it at Juanita High School, to make it Redmond Middle to increase classroom space utilization, and that will net us 7, the equivalent of 7 classrooms. In terms of the current situation for elementary, in terms of classrooms available and classroom capacity that will be added, and then you can see the classrooms needed, and all the shading there shows where we've got the classroom need exceeding even the capacity, with the added classroom capacity. Okay. Here's the elementary enrollment projection, again with the current boundaries, so current situation. So you can see Rockwell would grow to 686, Rosa Parks 657, Wilder 619, etc. In terms of middle and high school, current situation, 1718 Evergreen, 981, 139 under capacity. Redmond Middle by 1718, 1181, 123 over capacity. Again, both of those are with the capacity to be added. Inglewood is on here as well, and they'll be at 1284, 1718, 189 over capacity, and there's no capacity being added, right, to Inglewood. And then we also have the high school picture, capacity versus projected enrollment. Redmond at high school 1791, so it'll actually be 290 under capacity. So it's interesting, while we've got 2 of our learning communities, Juanita and Lake Washington, that have capacity issues at the high school, remember we just did additions at Redmond High School and Eastlake High School. So we're not going to have, we're projecting out by year 3, we don't have capacity issues at the high school level in the Redmond learning community. The capacity issues are more at the middle and elementary level. And so this slide shows the input received for scenario 1 and 2. And the recommendation is essentially scenario 1, slightly modified. So both 1 and 2 had Alcott Road to Blackwell Elementary, maintaining those students at the middle. So that move does not have any impact at the middle level, because those students already go to Inglewood Middle. So right now they're going from Alcott to Inglewood to Eastlake, and now they would be changing from Alcott to Blackwell, and of course Blackwell already feeds to Inglewood and to Eastlake, and that's 79 current students, 1 future student. Dickinson to Wilder, this was both in 1 and 2 as well, north of Novelty Hill Road, east of Redmond Ridge Drive. That's 1 student and no future students, so that's kind of there's 1 student who lives in an area that's for 55 and older, and so there's no more students that will come out of that area, but there is a student
How'd they
there
get
now.
into there?
The third bullet,
No.
yeah.
Older community do
If
not
there's
get
any.
So right across the street from the 55 and over, there's literally one little pocket that has one student that currently feeds to Dickinson, and if I remember correctly, it's a bit of a bus ride. Their neighborhood is right next to Redmond Ridge East, which all go to Wilder Elementary. And so in this process, we aligned that with the Wilder students.
No, that makes sense.
And is the student already going to Wilder?
I don't know that.
No? Okay, okay. So it does impact that one student, thank you. Dickinson to Alcott, east of 59th Court, south of Northeast 67th Street, 91 students, and east of 235th Avenue Northeast, 44 students. That was both in scenario 1 and 2. The next 3 were aspects of scenario 1. Einstein to Dickinson, east of Avondale Road, northeast, south of Novelty Hill Road. That's 28 students, current for future students. In northwest of Avondale Road, east of 179th Avenue Northeast, that's the Colony, 60 students. Rockwell to Mann, east of 176th Place Northeast, north of Northeast 104th Street, Abbey Road, 67 students. Rockwell to Redmond, west of 156th Avenue Northeast, south of Northeast 9th Street, that's Avalon Park Place, that's 44 students. Both scenario 1 and 2 had the following 2 bullets: Mann to Einstein, Rockwell, so that's moving all the students that were moved in the temporary boundary change development areas. That we did that last year, and it kind of created a Swiss cheese kind of boundary where it was students from future developments would be going to their new school. So this moves them back to their original school, and it involves 29 Einstein and 65 future Rockwell students. Currently, we estimate it about 20 current students who've moved in over the course of this year, who were temporarily, you know, even though their area was it part of a different boundary, they went to a different school. So that kind of puts that back to its original. And then Wilder to Einstein, that's the Hussey Flat development area, and that involves 10 future students. So the number of current students affected is 414, and 109 from future development. And then, again, this has a middle school feeder impact, so I'm going to explain that here and then go into what's actually the impact. So the Evergreen Middle boundary is modified to include the areas moved from Einstein to Dickinson. That's the east of Avondale Road Northeast, south of Novelty Hill Road. That's 28 students and 4 future students. And then northwest of Avondale Road, east of 179th Northeast, the Colony, that's 60 elementary students. So that's 88 students, but again, just like in the other learning communities, it doesn't mean that those 88 students then move to middle school next year. So I'll get into that as part of the impact. So the overall impact of the recommendation does result in Alcott no longer being a split feeder school. It addresses that 1213 temporary boundary involving Wilder and Rosa Parks, in that students remain in their current school. So we made a shift. Some Rosa Parks students were shifted to attend Wilder. None of those students will then be coming, right, because there's no boundary changes for Rosa Parks and Wilder. It addresses last year's temporary boundary involving that kind of, you know, for lack of a better word, resulted in some Swiss cheese in the boundary that involved Mann, Einstein, and Rockwell, students returning to their original school. It does create the need, just like in another learning community, for district program movement. So we're looking at program movement within the learning community. Again, no boundary changes for Rosa Parks and Wilder, with the exception of that one student that I mentioned and John spoke to earlier. Redistributes enrollment across the learning community, and it moves 88 K-5 students from the Redmond Middle Feeder to the Evergreen Middle Feeder, which means 44 students by the end of year 3, or 15 students each year. So similar to the other movements, it's next year there would be 15 students, the next year 15 more for a total of 44 over a 3-year period. This scenario moves a smaller number of current students to accomplish the task. It maintains neighborhoods to the extent possible. In terms of transportation, it does require an additional bus for us to add into the system. No walkers become bus riders. 67 bus riders become walkers, and it does not substantially change the average route lengths for our students. In terms of the impact of the recommendation on the capacity at elementary, this gives you a picture by school. Okay. We've got the impact of the recommendation in terms of enrollment, current projected at the elementary, what the overall numbers look like. Here's the impact of the recommendation at middle and high school. So we've seen this earlier. By the end of year 3, Evergreen enrollment will be 1,025, 95 under capacity, that's accounting for the capacity that we're adding. Redmond Middle, 1137, 79 over capacity. Englewood Middle, 1,284, 189 over capacity. High school capacity enrollment, there's actually room, right? 290 under capacity at Redmond High School, and we're right at 0 at Eastlake High School.
I'm going to ask the tough question because this is what we have most people asking about. Evergreen's increase of population would be occurring minus 44 students with no boundary changes. Is that correct? That is the number of students they have without the boundary changes expected to go there because that's their feeder pattern for school. Am I correct?
That is correct. So the boundary, the impact of the boundary recommendation will be 44 more students
over 3 years.
Over 3 years.
So their need for capacity is based really on what their current population is that are coming from the elementary schools that currently feed to their school. I just want to be clear on that because I think that's where the misconception is, that a lot of this growth came from boundary. But as I look at the numbers, those numbers are there because that's where those kids are coming from. So they come from Rosa Parks and whoever feeds into Evergreen.
Right. And the boundary recommendation does not involve moving students from the Redmond Learning Community for middle school to, for example, the Lake Washington Learning Community, where there is some capacity at Rose Hill Middle, for example. Because there's then no capacity for them at the high school in the Lake Washington Learning Community. So it does not involve moving students, right, to a different learning community and then back to their learning community. The students would then not be in a feeder pattern. The bus ride for those students would substantially increase. It wouldn't be keeping the neighborhood to the extent, possible. I haven't heard from any parents who I'll speak for myself, I hadn't heard from any parents who would like to have their own children move from the Evergreen to Rose Hill Middle. We do, of course, have an open-closed, variance process every year, and that comes after all of this. And so we go through a process every year to determine which schools are open and closed, and if there's capacity in a school, there is the ability for a parent to request a variance, and then of course transportation isn't provided, but you're right, Jackie. So
the portables were going to be needed with or without the 44 students.
If we weren't doing a boundary adjustment, we'd still need to do those capacity adds at Evergreen Middle.
But the capacity adds aren't actually, sorry, I was trying to do you've got 7 gains where it's basically increased utilization of classrooms by providing planning space.
7 plus the green portable ads.
Exactly. So then there's some green portable ads. But although I'm still wrestling with the fact that you wind up, after you do all of that, you do wind up over. That is, we wind up under either scenario with 95 under capacity. We've added more than we needed. And that's, it was there in red L, actually, was the other spot that I wound up with that question.
Well, and I guess it's timing, too. The portables are not going in next month. I mean,
And
I don't know
there's
what the timing is of when they're
associated for
going
when
in.
the green portables would go in, and then to what extent, the other is to what extent would they have to, I mean, I think we looked at it, we could create up to 7 classrooms by the interior building modifications to increase the classroom utilization from 70% to 85%, right? I don't know if Janine or Forrest want to elaborate at all about the add of capacity and, Chris's question essentially, are we over adding capacity that we don't necessarily need?
I think as Tracy mentioned before, secondary capacity is a little bit different because there is that scheduling factor. So we did look, knowing that Evergreen isn't a school that's been modernized and they currently are operating in the capacity calculations anyway at that 70%, which is the number we use. By adding some classrooms, which in a, from a fiscal sense was a relatively low-cost solution to come up with the capacity for equivalent of 7 classrooms, it seemed like it made sense. I know that looking at some of the program things that they need, the portables really provide those, extra classrooms, so it does provide them that additional flexibility. I think the other thing to keep in mind is, while we are looking at the 3-year plan, we know that if we don't run a bond until 2016, we will not have a solution in 3 years for Evergreen or a middle school capacity solution. So part of that consideration was also from a short-term capacity standpoint, looking at when could we really provide some relief from a physical standpoint of a facility. So I don't think that it will be wasted space from a longer-term perspective than beyond the 3 years.
And just as a reminder, we now have property for the middle school. Right.
And for...
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Let Jackie call.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, finish, and then Mark.
I have completely forgotten what I was going to say,
Well,
so
then
go
you
ahead.
think about it, and Mark, chime in.
I don't know whether Tracy wants to address this or if you want to bounce it to Forrest, but at least I think Forrest would be the right person for it. The current traffic situation at Evergreen, which, to be quite frank, my oldest son went to Evergreen about 3 years now. Finally graduating, thank God. But anyway, it was a mess then. My understanding is it's not getting any better. Can we have it, since we're not in the Redmond boundaries, if you will, that allow us to use the police department, can we have a discussion with the county sheriff's department to have that officer who is there during certain hours of the week, could we have some conversations with him or with the sheriff's department to have someone helping the traffic flow before and after school to perhaps eliminate that snarl, or at least to diminish it a little bit?
Yeah, we've done some work at other schools with traffic flow and traffic patterns. In fact, Man is a recent example of some things that have, a good example of work that we did actually collaboratively with the city of Kirkland to improve the traffic situation there. Forrest, would you be able to just speak sort of in general about, what we can look at? I don't know that we can say here's the solution tonight, but we can certainly look at that traffic situation?
We do work with the local law enforcement, so in that case it is, since it's unincorporated King County, we would work with the Sheriff's Department, yes. In addition to that, all law enforcement agencies are part of our district safety committee, and we have connection with there. So we will be studying the traffic flows. We do that whenever there's a problematic issue with traffic. We get traffic consultants involved with it also, and then we come up with different solutions based on traffic management plans that we work with the jurisdictions on.
Well, but can that be addressed sooner than the reconfigurations is what I'm getting at it? I mean, is that something that we could actually address even before we start moving kids around and so forth? Could we start looking at that as soon as possible?
We are. We've already talked with the school. They've approached us with it, and we've talked with them about some ideas, and the plans are to get together with the school principal and administration to.
And with the sheriff's office and that sort of thing.
And there's also other things that we can do from a school standpoint. Also, we really try to encourage carpooling to the extent possible and other traffic calming opportunities. And so they do work, and we're working on looking at those options with the school also.
I won't be tacky, but I know oftentimes, and I don't want to insult anybody, but oftentimes our parents are our worst offenders about how they drive to and from school, and I'm going to say that from my side of the district. Finn Hill has had major issues because of people not wanting to follow the logical pattern because they're in a hurry. And so that just adds to the problems. And I'm sure that happens elsewhere, not just over by me.
My thought is that if we had someone actually directing traffic, that wouldn't hurt.
And the Sheriff's Department has done it, but back when I used to be in King County, they used to come out every now and then and help in that situation to just kind of get things going for a while until it falls apart again.
I was going to say, at least get it over the hump.
Yeah.
At least get it over the hump that it's at now, and maybe then once it gets back to a regular flow, maybe then the problem will ease to an extent.
Terry?
So in looking at the middle school and the Redmond Learning Community, this is where I live. I'm very close to Rockwell. I see the growth that's occurring. I actually drove by Evergreen today, so I can remember exactly how it's laid out. The mentioning by several people here of the size in general, and that's true of all our middle schools currently on the east side of the district. And we saw in Dr. Pierce's presentation that both Finn Hill and Rose Hill have about 100 seats in the next 3 years, more or less, of what we're seeing. From a boundary issue, I think it would be very challenging to move students by a boundary move in and out of a feeder pattern. We heard conversation tonight from parents saying, please don't, we'd rather have the capacity, and others saying no. However, in the past, we have utilized and still continue to use choice schools as an option in which to move students by a flexible choice of parents being able to choose to do so. So that's not, I've had the conversation at different times around that possibility as a way to help manage that growth, possibly do a geographic preference. And the idea being that could you possibly start one at Rose Hill or Finn Hill with the idea that, yes, it would move eventually into the Redmond Lunar Community where there is currently no choice school at the middle school level. I know the long-term facility group is looking at that as a piece of what they're doing, and that's a component that's playing out there. I don't think we have to make that decision this evening, but I do think our middle schools on this side of the district, they are large. And that is a challenge. It's not that it's unmanageable. It's not that we haven't done it before. But if there is a way, I think of, when a church begins, they often are meeting in a space for a period of time till they can find their permanent location. So I think that is something we have to explore with good conscience to look at, is that an option of something we could do in the next year, which could alleviate some of that growth challenge in the Redmond Learning Community that's happening with the amount of growth that's coming in the new development that we don't know what's going to come and who will move in there. I think that brings up a lot of, so that's something I would put out as we look at these from a boundary perspective. That's one piece. as I said, I would be loath to shift boundaries and force a parent and a family to have to move into a different feeder pattern and come back to Redmond High. I wouldn't want to do it with my kids. But as a flexible choice, that's another ballgame in which to work. So that's one component. The other piece that I had a question on is I looked at the numbers, sort of. Alcott and Redmond-L are the two that take the biggest component on the capacity side. Alcott goes up to about 715 when you add the Quest students in. And Redmond-L has the capacity, and honestly, there's a lot of growth occurring that's likely we'll have more elementary students coming out of our downtown that we don't even realize yet. Having eaten dinner at many of those restaurants and watched the kids coming out of those apartment buildings make me very nervous every time I see them. So I think having that extra capacity at Redmond-L is actually very beneficial in the long run for the development that's occurring there, and knowing the comprehensive plan for Redmond community at this point in time. So knowing that there are that, so looking at that, what was the decision to move, well, not to move, I know we put the portables at Alcott, they have the space. That's a big component. I know the Quest program is there. I'm assuming those students in Quest actually draw from that area, is my assumption. I don't know. So that's kind of a question that I had.
I don't have the data, in front of me.
Right.
But it's a safe assumption to say that the Quest program at Alcott is serving students in that general area. I mean, we're not serving students from the Juanita Learning Community, for example, there. So yeah, those are students from the learning community.
So it makes sense to continue to serve them in that environment. And knowing that Alcott's principal was on, I mean, that's a large elementary school. And looking through their past numbers to how large they've come over time, it's about 50 more than where they've been in the past and been able to manage. I also know that they're similar to Rockwell in their outlay. It's one of our older schools. How will they manage that amount with the common space and that piece at the elementary level? And was there any concern brought up by the principal about that?
We talked about that, and the principal did speak to feeling like they could accommodate those numbers. They could accommodate the Quest students that were there currently.
Okay.
And you'll remember, as we were developing the short-term capacity plan, we did a complete analysis of which sites can we actually put a portable on, and that's part of the challenge. Some sites are maxed, and it's very site dependent, so it doesn't mean that every site can have 5 portables or 6 portables. Some sites can have more than others, and the reality is we can only put more portables where we're able to put more portables, and so it does create some sites with more portables than others, but again, it's really site dependent. So we did look at all of that, as you know, and it was part of our study session in terms of what are all the options.
And our portable siting has changed over time as the years have gone on. There was a time that you could kind of stick them on a piece of ground that was flat and just plunk them in there and have them close together, but there are a lot of rules and regulations now around siting and permitting and fire and hydrants and all that stuff that limit a place that might look like it's got the land to do it, but with all the city hoops that you have to go through and regulations to place them, all of a sudden you go, well, you just can't put as many as we thought. So that's another piece that's different now than it was even 5-10 years ago.
So I've got if I finally remember my question, it's sort of a two-parter.
And then Mark.
Yeah. So for Evergreen, one of the concerns that's been raised this evening is the capacity of the common spaces for the number of students that are there. And the second part of the question then is, so we were talking about adding on some portables there. If we could put those portables somewhere else, could we move the Quest program out of there to make space? That is, to give capacity for the local kids.
One unique part of middle school Quest, it's different from elementary Quest in that those students are taking their electives and as part of the middle school. So it's not sort of like a self-contained, yeah.
I mean,
right, and it would be, to where, for example? So again, that would be, so there'd be potentially capacity at Rose Hill Middle.
I mean, recently, they just moved out of Redmond Middle. When you expanded the program to get rid of the wait list, that move, Redmond Middle didn't have the classroom. We opened it at Evergreen. Also, the idea that the students from there who would feed to Eastlake therefore would attend Quest at Evergreen, as opposed to at Redmond Middle, which would feed them to Redmond High. So it made for an easier split.
We still have the Quest program at Redmond
Yes.
Middle. We didn't move it out.
No, we expanded it. I'm sorry.
We expanded it
accommodate.
so that those students aren't having to go all the way into Redmond. So moving.
And it's really serving their own students. I mean, it's
Exactly.
serving
Them to Rose Hill,
Quest
send them a little
program is
further.
really important.
And Inglewood, thank you. Right, yeah. And you can see, yeah, so John's reminding me, thank you. They're also serving students from the learning community, well, from the Eastlake learning community. They're serving Inglewood students because there's no room to add program at Inglewood. And in terms of use of common space, I mean, I can just speak personally to my personal experience at Inglewood and some of the things that we did. We had 4 lunches, and that's not an impact to students. It's the same 30-minute lunch period for students, and I'm not saying these things are going to happen at Evergreen. I'm just saying there are things you can do. You add a lunch period that reduces the number of students who are in the cafeteria. It increases the lunch supervision, 2 hours of the day needed instead of, an hour and a half or an hour, but that's something you can do. We had different passing periods for different grade levels, so all of the students weren't out in the hall doing passing time. Our block classes had their, passing time at a different time. We came up with many kind of creative situations, and it's a middle school's different than an elementary, to have fewer students in common spaces, at a time, including those hallways, including the lunchroom. One of the things we do, which we believe is a great thing, is we have a no-cut program for athletics at the middle school, and we've had that historically in place. We had, I can't remember how many girls badminton teams at Inglewood, and we, because we didn't want to have a cut program. So there's some trade-offs when you take those kinds of approaches, when you have many students. And I can't speak exactly about what approach they're taking with sports right now at Evergreen, and I don't know if, John, you have any other information. I heard some sort of like shifting and those kinds of things, but some of that is so we can, maintain a no-cut program. So there's some trade-offs, and we could eliminate that problem is what I'm saying, maybe by having cut at sports, but I don't think that really is the right thing to do for kids.
And you had another before Mark?
Well, actually, okay. This one's just a quick.
So you won't forget it.
With the growth of the student body, it's not that we're going to just be ramming more kids into every classroom. There will be teachers that come with those kids as they grow the student body, and potentially actually an expansion of the electives offered.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. I'm glad that you raised that. So there's 2 things I want to point out. Sometimes people confuse class size with overall school size, and there's not a direct correlation. You could have potentially a small school, right, that has a large number of students at one grade level and a small number of students at one grade level in an elementary, for example. And principals make staffing, they get the same amount of staffing. You get staffing based on the number of students that you have. Sometimes they don't come in neat little, 23 students packages always. So sometimes there's, rather than running a split class, they have to run fewer sections of 3rd grade so they can have more sections of 2nd grade because they don't all kind of come in these neat packages. And then people sometimes are not happy with the class size and think that that's a factor of the school size when it's really not. We allocate more teacher staffing, same ratio, regardless of the overall, to meet the need of the whole school. At the middle level, having too small of a school is actually,
we heard about it
in
loud and
some
clear.
ways, and from a programmatic standpoint, more challenging than having a large school. The large school, you can run more sections of whatever elective, more sections of, and it actually helps in terms of the offerings available to students and the options for how many, if you can run 3 sections of something, that gives you more flexibility within the schedule. And it's always kind of a challenge to do a master schedule at a secondary school because, you can only run orchestra, I'm just making up an example, 4th period, and that also conflicts with something. So you're always trying to create this puzzle to accommodate students as much as possible. But there's actually more flexibility sometimes in a large school. And it doesn't mean the class sizes are any bigger. The actual class size is the same, especially at the middle level, because you're creating a class of, 28, 30 students, and then you just create more sections based on the number of students that you have.
So our staffing ratios aren't planned to change.
Well, the legislature.
Yes.
Let's not go down that path.
Yeah, I didn't even sort of
That's
mention
another whole
tonight.
can of
We
worms.
do, all of our planning has been planning for all-day kindergarten, so I think that's important because.
that's coming down the pike.
That we may receive that funding in 16-17, we may receive that funding in 17-18. We may never receive that funding.
But even if we don't receive the funding, we could offer it on a fee-for basis, which we do now.
We will continue to do it, and we'll continue what we have said is, it's a half-day. We guarantee half-day for everybody, and every elementary school offers at least 1 section of all-day kindergarten. We need to be planning for the inevitability, hopefully, that we're going to get funding from the legislature to have all-day kindergarten paid for everybody, and then we need to have the space for that. So that's part of our assumptions here, is building in that room for all-day kindergarten. What we don't have here at all is the K-3 class size reduction. And if that gets funded, that's not going to come with money for additional classroom space.
No, it's not. And that's another whole ball of wax. Mark?
There's a move that will take a number of students from Dickinson over to Alcott, and I'm sorry I don't have the slide up here, but it'll be basically the Elm Tree, kids in the Elm Tree addition, and along 236, 38, depending on which end you're calling it. It depends on which 100 yards of that street you're on. I was totally convinced that Dickinson was closer than Alcott to that area after running it twice on each of them, and then finally going back to the computer and saying, okay, Bing, tell me if I'm wrong. It was the same distance. I couldn't believe it. But I question how much extra time on the bus that might entail for those students. If you can give me any idea. I know that according to Bing, of course, it's only 2 minutes difference, but I said, I can't believe that. Would those students be on a bus another 10 minutes or so, or do you have any idea? Because we're talking about basically around where Redmond Ridge becomes 238th and has 80th kind of intersects it.
Right. Theoretically, they probably wouldn't be on the bus any different. That area is the furthest away from both schools, and so they would be like the first on in the morning, and unfortunately last off in the evening.
Right.
And so it depends on how it combines with an existing Alcott route. But the difference probably wouldn't be more than 8 or 10 minutes at the most.
Okay.
Okay, do we have any other questions about the presentation?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We've got
To this point.
grandfathering and variances.
Yes, we have
I
more
just have one
presentation,
more
that's right.
prior.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Before we do grandfathering?
Yes. Excuse me, any more questions on the presentation to this point?
There, okay.
Here.
There was the brought in tonight in public comment, and I had received some emails on it as well concerning the sewer capacity at Evergreen Middle School and dealing with the addition of the bathrooms. And there has been some varying communication around what type of bathroom this would be. So I would like to ask that question to get a little clarification in exactly what it means.
Yeah, I asked Forrest to speak to that, so thank you for posing the question.
Okay, I enjoy this one. We've done the calculations, the sewer capacity, the tight line sewer. It's not a septic field. It's a tight line sewer line that is connected with Sammamish Water and Sewer District. In addition to that, there's capacity in that line for us to have the portable restroom, so there's no concern there. And the portable restroom is very similar to what we've done for Renaissance in their setup or North Star in their setup. So it's very much like a building, and it will accommodate the additional restroom needs that we have.
So it's not, I mean, I think people probably may have visions of honey bucket and porta
Right,
potty.
it's not a honey bucket.
It's not that.
No, no, it'll be plumbed with water, and it will not be a holding tank at all in terms of the sludge or anything.
So it'd be like a bathroom at the park to a
That's
certain
correct.
extent. Okay.
And probably much cleaner.
Okay, we're done with questions to this point. Now we're moving to grandfathering.
Okay, so part of the recommendation involves grandfathering, and sorry, that's just a slide that didn't, here's the slide that, that addresses, because it's the same for every learning community. So the recommendation in terms of elementary grandfathering would be that all current fourth grade students who would be moved next fall because of the boundary change would be allowed to remain at their current school for the 15-16 school year. So they've been at their elementary school, you know, probably from kindergarten through fourth grade, and they would be allowed to stay through their fifth grade year. As we have done in past situations with grandfathering, with the thinking that we want the family to have, to be able to stay together and not have, as a parent, you wouldn't want to have your children at two different elementary schools. So it's about keeping the family having one elementary school. The younger brothers and sisters of the fourth graders, including incoming kindergartners, again, because it's about keeping the family in one elementary school instead of parents having to have, you know, two elementary schools, two PTSAs, all of those kinds of things. So younger brothers and sisters of fourth grade students who remain at their current school, if they have, you know, an older fourth grade sibling, they would be allowed to remain at their current school as well. Bus transportation, however, is not provided for grandfathered students, and that's the same approach that we have taken in past instances. Other students wouldn't be eligible for grandfathering because, again, it's about keeping the family together in one elementary school. Current fifth grade students will attend their middle school. So now they're making the shift to middle school per the modified attendance boundaries. How it works now, multiple elementaries feed into a middle school, so there's all sorts of new peer groups and friendships and so forth that are made during that transition. So current fifth graders will go on to their newly boundaried middle school.
And I'm assuming...
There's some rules here too. So
I'm
because, again,
assuming...
it's about keeping
yeah.
the family in a school.
But if a family has a kindergartner and wants to start that kindergartner and they're going to be new school for the future, they could make the choice to be in two schools, should they so.
That's absolutely correct. Thank you.
I mean, some families might want to do that.
That's absolutely right, if they wanted to start their student and then have that contiguous.
Yeah, instead of changing them
absolutely.
at first grade.
So for middle school, okay, so current fifth graders who would be moved next fall because of the boundary will be allowed to grandfather if they have an older sibling who is at that middle school. So it's the same principle. It's about not having, as a parent, a middle schooler in this middle school and a different middle school. So we're having all the fifth grade students move to their new middle school unless they have an older sibling who is enrolled at their old middle school, then they can grandfather to that current neighborhood middle school, keeping the family together in one middle school instead of having to have two.
Only for 1 year.
Well, let me just keep going. And so younger brothers and sisters would also be allowed to grandfather into the current middle school. Again, it's about if they have that older sibling who's concurrently attending. So there could be a situation where you've got a current sixth grader, I mean, probably not too many, you know, a fifth grader and an eighth grader, or a seventh grader, right? Well, that's maybe not the best example. And you have a fourth grader, a fifth grader, and a sixth grader. Okay, the fifth grader can go to the middle school that their sixth grade sibling is attending, and then that younger fourth grader can also go there because they're all going to be at that middle school at the same time. If older siblings are currently, it gets a little complicated, but we're trying to do our best to communicate it clearly. If older siblings are currently eligible for bus transportation, so I'm a seventh grader and I'm being transported, then their younger sibling, if they're going to grandfather to the middle school, they can take the bus too because there's already a bus going through to pick me up. Okay? Also, with that thinking of that feeder, the importance of that feeder pattern, those grandfathered middle school students can grandfather to the high school feeder. So it's kind of fitting with our principle of you don't have to change your feeder pattern, you know,
Unless
you're in
they
a
choose
feeder
to.
pattern, unless you choose to. Bus transportation will not be provided for the grandfathered middle school students who attend the high school.
Grandfathering gets so complicated, and rightfully so. I mean, it's, needs to be done. It's just, the rules get a little complex.
So these sort of are, these would precede deciding whether variance is open or closed at a school?
There's really a completely kind of different variance process.
Yeah.
So, that's the recommendation around grandfathering. Now, variances, every year we have a process where we go through and we determine which schools are open and closed for variances or in-district transfers. And if a school is closed, then no transfer or no variance requests are accepted. If the school's open, then, and this will be the timeline, Barbara, John, it'll be around February 3rd, typically is when we post the open enrollment, 2nd or 3rd, okay, on the website. So that follows this process, right? We'll need to determine what schools, if any, are open to variances, and that's a different process. And those decisions are made later, depending on, you know, once we do registration and enrollment and see if there's actually the space there. So we wouldn't accept any variance decisions ahead of this for, you know, next year and beyond.
And this is something I just don't know the answer to. Variances, once you've been variance, you don't have to re-variance next year.
What our practice has been historically is we allow students to complete the that level. And so if I'm an elementary student who is on a variance, I complete that. I have to reapply for a variance at a change of level. I don't automatically
go to the middle school.
Continue on.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So it's at the change of level, and that's
The middle school could be
longstanding
closed.
practice.
And so our variance policy won't change. It'll just
Yeah, this-
continue to be applied the way it has been.
Any other questions?
Actually, based on some of the public comment that occurred around special needs and grandfathering, and so I'm just wondering, was that considered, was that thought about?
We, if, you know, program placement, I mean, so I'm struggling a little bit because there's students who are on IEPs that are not in a particular program, right? And then there's students who are in a particular program. The students who are in a particular program, that has to do with program moves, right? We have not had a situation in the past, nor is it part of the recommendation here, that there would be a different sort of set of rules do you want to speak to, you want to, John's up on the podium, so it looks like he wants to say something.
You know, we offer services at all of our schools, and we felt like those services would be available for those students. We transition students between levels, and we feel like we do that successfully. We talked about what type of additional transition support we would need to put in place to make sure that those services were expressly communicated in this process, knowing that there would be unique needs in this process.
I can't leave Siri with all of the questions from public comment. Can we make sure that we've got enough cheese pizza at Evergreen? Thanks. No need to follow up on that. I'll trust you on it.
I love it. I love it. Okay.
Wait a minute. That's a public health issue.
Oh, all right. Stop. We'll go back to Tracy. Do we have more presentation?
There's one final piece that I just want to share. It's not, technically not part of the recommendation, but I just want to point out that we have already been planning for how do we ensure good communication and transition support throughout this process. And, we've got good experience in helping with transition. The reconfiguration from K-6, junior high and 3-year high schools, the reconfiguration gave us a lot of experience in helping families and students prepare for a change. And we did a lot of transition activities for students and families to help kind of ease that. When we did the adjustment between Rosa Parks and Wilder, there was activities both from PTSA and the building to help parents with the transition as well as students. So, pending the board's decision this evening, we will immediately proceed with the district level communication about the outcome of this evening and all of that, and then work with our buildings around building level communication and student and family transition activities. And our principals are great. I just have to say they're already talking about how they want to welcome in their new students, their new families, how their PTSA wants to welcome in parents and make them feel, part of the school community. It's potentially a change. It's a change for students and parents, and I think everyone realizes that. And they're already putting plans into place to help with the transition. And the principals are all working together to ensure that there's a plan at every single school and a similar plan and approach. So they've been talking about this throughout the entire process.
And just a reminder, as I said earlier, Tracy said it, the boundary changes are the hardest. Families love their schools. They love their teachers. They love being part of the culture. They love their principals. They love being there. That said, with all the boundary changes we've done in my 30-odd years as part of the Lake Washington School District, both as a parent before being on the board, our students do very well as they move to another school, as do our families. And in retrospect, people have rarely, if ever, come back to us to complain about where they went and how they were treated and how it's a good place to be. So that's while it's still hard, and I know it is, the kids do very well. It's an adjustment, but they do well.
Earlier during the public comment, a number of folks had requested a 30-day stay, if you will, or a delay. What would be the financial, or for that matter, operational, even if you can't calculate or don't have a calculation for the financial, what would be the operational impact of us putting off a decision from tonight for 30 days? And God forbid, then someone we would have to then say another 30 days. I don't want to see that happen as a rolling thing. If we did it once, I want to find out, though, what kind of a monkey wrench will we throw in, or none?
Yeah. From the beginning, we very intentionally planned backward for, because kindergarten registration happens at this date, because the choice school lottery happens at this date, because registration at the middle and high school happens at this date, we need to have a decision made on boundaries for next year by this date, and we are at that date. I don't believe that there's any wiggle room in delaying a decision for 30 days. You know, I feel that the committee did their due diligence, and we did our due diligence with the communication processes. I would not recommend a delay of a decision. I think it would create many additional issues for us, in addition to just the difficult issue of the change. So I would not recommend that. I couldn't recommend that.
Are we, any more questions for Tracy on communication and transition? Do we have more presentation, or are you ready for us to?
That is the end of the presentation. So I think at this point,
we have we have the situation.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I move approval of the superintendent's recommendation.
Okay.
Do you want to have discussion after that?
Once I have a second, I will entertain for discussion of the
It's on the table.
The motion on the table.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the table to accept the recommendation as presented, and now open it for board discussion on the total package. Nancy, did you want to start?
Sure, that's what I usually do, but I love picking up the tail. I don't want to delay the decision. We do have a timeline. The timeline's been out there since the beginning. I realize there's people who would like to see it delayed. I don't think that's reasonable at this time or going to significantly change the recommendations. I want to thank the committee. I've been on this board now for 17 years. I came on the board during a district-wide rebounding that was contentious, had bad feelings, was quite an eye-opener to me as a brand-new board member. I ended up not even voting for it. But we learned and we survived. I think that our district has improved the rebounding process with every time they've done it. You all know me. I want the engineering solution. I want the more kids walking, the shortest transportation, the most logical boundaries. That being said, I recognize that we don't move. We try to keep neighborhoods together. We have historic circumstances that we deal with. We deal with where schools are located already. We deal with the capacities of those schools. We deal with whether or not we can put portables on those schools or not. These are situations that already exist that cannot be changed. So we deal with what we can change. We have a lot of misunderstanding about capital, about bonds, about what we can and can't do. That being said, we do the best we can. So we've got future discussions, a large committee working on capacity issues. Just because people say something's true does not make it true. This district has gone out of its way, and I really want to commend the staff for the numbers, the web work, the being openness. All the emails have been read. All the considerations have been taken into consideration. You may not get what you want, but unfortunately, everyone can't have what they want. It's really unfortunate, but that's the way it is. We have 3 very large middle schools now on the east side of the district. It's not going to get any better until we can finally build another middle school. We can put more choice schools in. We may put more choice schools in, but we're in the same situation we've been in for the last 25 years. They're going to end up on the east side of the district in those little bitty pockets, West Side, where we have a little bit of capacity, but that capacity is going away. They evolve. Kids come and go, neighborhoods change. We're not going to get a moratorium on building. At least I don't think we're going to. We have a legislature, a community, and local bodies who expect the school districts to live with what they give us. And they don't always understand it either. So I could spend a lot of time, you all know me, I know a lot about bonds, property, buildings. This is probably not the time to go into it. I think Tracy has addressed almost all the concerns to the best of their ability. We've got the most logical boundaries we can. People may not agree. But I think my final thing I want to say is that kids are a lot more resilient than adults, and the attitude of the adults will have a huge impact to how the kids deal with these changes. And every one of our schools in Lake Washington is a terrific school. So I hope the people that are moving will throw themselves in as enthusiastically to their new school as they have at their old school. And I can tell you now that my kids are in their 20s, they will all thrive and do very well. So, Mark wants to go next.
Mark? I can sympathize with the students, and for that matter, the families too. They're having to move schools. I grew up, as you can tell from my accent, I'm not exactly a Washingtonian by birth. I grew up in a small town in Oklahoma, relatively small town, but I switched from one grade school to one across town when I was in 4th grade. I was on the border, and I had a choice of junior highs, and I ended up opting for the one that I didn't have any friends at, because the other one was an older school, and the new one had a lot more programs. So I ended up having 3 different learning communities, if you will, and of course we all ended up at the same high school. God knows we only had one high school in that town. But the point is, you adapt. You find the group that basically kind of mirrors the last one you left. My sons have been tormented, if they'll tell you themselves, they've been tormented by 3 of my moves since then. They were born in New York, they had their early school years in LA, and now they've been up here and will graduate from here. I have tried to minimize their moves, but that hasn't actually happened. But they have adapted. One of the students is a special needs student, so I have a very high sympathy for the impact that these moves have on the special needs students. My younger son, we chose to have him varianced into Redmond High or Redmond Middle because there was a program there, because at the time there was no program that was available that was suitable for his education at Evergreen, and it was just a matter of fact. It made for a difficult situation because we had the older boy still with Evergreen and the younger boy over at Redmond Middle. It was a fun split. Trust me, it was a fun split. But I again, as other folks have mentioned, I encourage you all to point to your students as this is an opportunity. You're not going to lose your old friends as much as you're going to gain new ones. And it's difficult. We've tried to minimize it. But the point is, without bond support, without support from the community for additional funding, we have to make the best of a bad situation, and I believe these folks have. I watch folks work, and, they're not pulling down 2 paychecks, they're working 80 hours a week to try and make these transitions. And I'd encourage y'all to get behind them and to help. Now, if there's some tweaking that needs to be done as you go along, if you need to make a variance and you have a situation where the school is open, that's your choice. I did it. And that was long before I was on the board, to be quite frank. I only got on the board this last year. But I got on the board because I wanted to make sure that the schools were the kind of schools that I would have wanted to attend, and I wanted my boys to attend.
Okay. Siri or Chris? Siri?
First off, I would echo Nancy and thank you to the staff for the amount of work that went in and the hours and answering of many questions and emails that has taken place. Communication is always a challenge, regardless. Anytime you reached out in multiple different ways. I appreciate the staff's work with the open houses. I was able to attend all of them and had the opportunity to see and talk with families that came. It was exciting to see our community highly engaged and asking questions. I think our process actually engaged more families probably than ever before in a boundary process in a very civil, open fashion. That, I think, is valuable, especially in this day and age. At the same time, and we are blessed to have this community who's willing to ask hard questions and ensure that all those options are being considered. And so for that, I thank the community for coming out and doing that. All that input has been read, has been listened, has been analyzed. As said, it does not mean that the answer is what you ask for. It does mean it incorporates and it builds on future conversations as well. And that's the piece I'm not sure that comes out clearly oftentimes when decisions are done. The criteria that were put together at the very start of this was to really look at keeping our neighborhoods together as much as possible. Planning for all-day K that is coming was another one as well. So this shift does allow us the capacity now to have the ability to offer all-day K in the future with the space. To impact as few of the students as possible. That in and of itself is a challenge. At the same time, the growth in the Redmond learning community is difficult, and the growth in our middle schools is hard. And it does require a lot of adaptation and logistical work that occurs both at the school level and at the parents and family levels as well. As I had said at the start, I would not look, I think the middle school issue is something we need to continue to look at. I don't think it's done. The boundary change in and of itself, I don't think can address that middle school issue on the Redmond Learning Community. As I said, I think having kids change a feeder pattern is a bigger impact, and I think hearing from some of the Rush parents tonight, that was a big component. And I'm not sure the gain from that would be, and it's a rolling concept. We would be moving many kids in order to make that happen, unless we bus directly from Dickinson and across. So that component makes it a little more difficult to look at. But I would encourage the long-term facility plan that we continue to look at a shorter-term option of dealing with that maybe is not after a bond or building, but we do consider how we utilize some of that alternative space to possibly look at alternative programs that families could choose to, or geographic preference, and consider the reality of we do have more students in the middle school level, and on this side we have the high school space. And as you said, on the west side, we have the middle school space. Can we balance that through a flexible planning option? Obviously, variances are one of those pieces that families can utilize and options that they can use, but that is it. So overall, for the process, it's not an easy question. It's very complicated. I was just sitting with the Eastside Human Services Forum, and we were talking about wicked questions, questions that have no linear answer, because there are many competing influences that you have to take in. And this, I believe, is one of those wicked questions, that we have multiple components at play and multiple priorities of different families and the schools and what we can provide and what our environment is. So I would support the recommendation as it is, with the agreement that we will look at how we deal with our middle schools. As much as Twain was left on the table as a feeder school pattern, that we consider those middle schools still, and how we can address that issue. And maybe that comes out of the long-term facilities. Maybe that's at a different component, but that would be a piece I would put on the table that I believe we need to address. And we're in this position because we are a good school district, because people do move here. We are a thriving community. We are a place people want to come. That's not going to change. More are going to come. And so we need to find those ways in which to make it work. So thanks again to the community who came and has stayed many, many hours, to our staff for all the work that you have done and answering all the questions that have come forward. And that's what I would say.
Okay. Chris?
So I was trying to remember exactly how long we've been doing this. I know it's more than 6 months, but it seems like 6 years. And going into it, I remember very early on talking to people who'd been through anything of this nature, just being assured that the one thing was that this was going to suck. Any reboundary process will always suck, but a district-wide boundary process really sucks. That was pretty much what it came down to. And it's horrible enough that it's not undertaken lightly. We're in an exceptional set of circumstances, as Siri points out, suffering from our own success. We have a new grade school worth of kids showing up every year, and we don't have a new grade school in which to put them. This is a bit of a challenge. So coming into this process with the motivation of not fixing the problem, but actually just redistributing the problem so it was at least semi-tolerable at all sites instead of completely intolerable in about half the schools, the only guarantee was that, A, we had to do something. Doing nothing was never an option, which meant that, B, some families were going to have to move. And given that most, well, I do occasionally consider myself similar to most people. I don't like change. Not many of us do. And so the only thing I knew coming into this process was that there were going to be families who were disappointed with the outcome. No matter what happened, this was a least worst solution. And for that, I'm sorry. But doing nothing was never a choice, as I mentioned. So in the context of having to do something, I really have no doubt that our administrative team have done their best to rebalance overcrowding within existing facilities literally as well as we could. Yes, it's not perfect. Yes, mistakes were made. Personally, I'm willing to cop to, I tried to stop an absolutely ridiculous rumor in the Lakeview Elementary community. That was the worst use of my time ever. I should have just let it burn itself out because it was insane. But nonetheless, the process has been agonizing. And I know for those of you who are parents who are affected by this, it is agonizing to you. And all I can say is, I'm sorry, we knew coming into this that somebody was going to be disappointed. We just didn't know who. I'll be honest. But in conclusion, this really has been a very long road that we didn't go down capriciously. We've gone here because we have to. There was no other choice. We have to do something for the district. It's not perfect, but there wasn't another choice. And in closing, I really want to echo my colleagues on one important point. Your parents, it turns out kids are a lot more resilient than you think they are, and they're sure a lot more resilient than we are as parents. Anything that happens to our child is disastrous. Your child will be a lot less impacted by all of this than you are. So please don't panic. And please accept the fact that we're not done with this problem. This is the short-term issue solution. The long-term solutions, well, the bond that we failed to pass back in February had another middle school in the Redmond learning community. We would have solved the Evergreen middle school problem had we passed our bond. I'm sorry. That's the simple truth. All I can do is ask you not to be too disappointed and come back to help us when we are trying to figure out where to put the next year worth of elementary schools students who show up. So the problem's not over. With that, thank you.
Well, I won't repeat everything that's said because my feelings echo a lot of what's here. I've been on the board the longest, so I've seen the most changes with boundaries over time. And as I said, they're always, every time one comes up, I immediately say this is the toughest thing we ever deal with because it's change and people don't like change. Just a reminder, we're here in this situation for two reasons. The first, we have students. They continue to come to the district. We are growing by leaps and bounds, and they deserve to have a place to be educated and need a place to be educated, and that's our job. And it didn't help to have the bond failures to not provide those spaces in a better format that we would have liked to have had happen. I would suggest for those who think that the cities could help us, they could, but you're going to have to talk to them. They're the ones that approve building. They're the ones that are short platting all over Kirkland to putting more houses and density. And we respond as a district by having to find places to put the students that come to them. We don't build the houses. We don't sell them. We don't tell them who's going to move into them. If they move in with 5 kids that are elementary age, we find a place to put them in their neighborhood school. That is what we do as a school district. And we're not going to stop that. It's the cities who give the permits, the cities who allow the platting, and the cities who are encouraged by our state, because of the growth management, to be dense. And that's not going to change. You look at downtown Redmond, you look at downtown Kirkland, downtown Bellevue has already got a plan for building a downtown school because their apartments downtown are now having far more children in them than they ever have had before, and they need a space for them. So this problem's not going away, and it's region-wide. North Shore, Issaquah, us, Bellevue. We are all growing. We are all going to have to face, where do we put the kids? You know what the funding's like from the state. We get very little that goes into capital. They don't help us with a lot of their capital rules and how they allot money and that. And we are not going to get rid of a 60% bond threshold anytime in my lifetime. That is not what our voters will never approve that. I would be shocked, even though that would be nice if they would. It would make it easier on districts statewide. So that said, and I'm on my soapbox, if that's where the help can come, is talk to the cities and encourage them as they're growing and adding more, that they need to be working with those who have infrastructure issues, roads, schools, utilities, parks. You named it tonight, all the issues that are around the crowding. The kids are there. Our job is to educate them, and we want to do it in the best way we possibly can. And I think I can't thank this committee enough. I know the hours that go into sitting into a boundary, and they have other jobs. Their job is not solely to arrange the boundaries for the district. They have other responsibilities that they are for the education of our kids, which is primary to their work. And just amazing to me. They listen to everyone. They read every email. And while some people may not feel that they were listened to, they were. It's your opinion versus what may have happened. But every email was read. Everybody's conversation was listened to. Just because it didn't get what you would like to have didn't mean it wasn't heard. And I think with the situation in front of them, they did the best that they could, moving and impacting the least amount of families possible to get to where we need to be now for a 3-year short term. And I have high hopes for the facility committee in the long-term pieces. A lot of what I hope that they are addressing is how do we do other things besides just more space, and how do we use some other spaces that are not necessarily inconvenient pockets of our district to get to. It's not easy to get to Finn Hill if you're coming from Rosa Parks. It's a long drive. It's not easy to get there from downtown Redmond. I know, I drive it all the time. So it's, and I drive when buses would be on the road. So it's not an easy thing, and I'm not sure parents would want their kids to be on that commute. And certainly, if Finn Hill has room and a parent would like to, they could probably variance there and drive their child there, and that would take care of it. So I also don't think we can delay. So any other further discussion from the board before I ask for the vote? Okay, all those in favor of approving the boundary recommendation presented by Dr. Pierce, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. So we have a new set of boundaries and now new work for the district to go forward. And lots of communication that will be going out. And Catherine, thank you. I didn't point out to Catherine, I do want to add that not only as part of the committee, but her staff has done a fabulous job of the websites and communication and getting communication out And if people signed up for it, you got those emails and you knew to go look there, even if you didn't have a vested interest necessarily, you could go and look and see what was there. So thank you, and thank your folks that work with you as well. Okay, legislative update.
Being that it's 11 o'clock, we'll be
Yes.
quick. They're in session. There's lots of bills that are out.
Okay, I'm
There's
just
several
going
that
through
are
our
fund
agenda.
education first, college and the high school. Those are the sort of big things that are out there right now. The House bill that was mentioned tonight, 1240, on special needs. We had several parents down there who actually did speak for the bill. The parent who came tonight. So there's several different things out there. I'll have more at our next meeting and save more time that way.
Best update ever.
Yes. Any follow-up from the board, any future agenda items, debriefing, or any other comments from board members?
Cheese pizza.
Cheese pizza. He's on this cheese pizza. The board will have a meeting on Saturday at 8:30. Study session on Saturday for the half day until about 12:30. Is that when we're scheduled to? Here. So we'll be talking about capital planning.
So really, we're talking about the work of the long-term facility planning task force. Will provide an update.
And some
and
comprehensive community engagement. It goes till 1? Okay,
till 1.
but we can quit earlier then. Yes, okay. So we start at 8:30 on Saturday, and then our next regularly scheduled board meeting is on February the 9th at 5:30, a study session on special ed, and then we will have our regular board meeting beginning at 7 p.m. here. So with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. Motion and second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you all for your time and your patience.